Chapter 1675. Counterattack. 8 elders, come with me to stop them. Tingqin, take good care of this kid. Don't let anything happen to him, Lei Qingtian said to Tingqin. Lei Qingtian instructed Lei Tingqin. Then he led the 8 lightning elders and rose into the sky. Feng Ruji was not to be outdone. He sent out the elites of the Wind faction to fly alongside Lei Qingtian. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zhuomei, Feng Ruji and Jiangzhe, as well as the elites of the Ice-Fire clan and Wind and Thunder clan clashed. However, Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji were clearly worried about the Wind and Thunder clan, so they purposely led Jiang Zhuomei and Jiangzhe away from the Wind and Thunder clan. At this moment, the elites of the Wind and Thunder clan had all been dispatched. The remaining soldiers began to surround the Wind and Thunder clan under Lei Tingqin's command. Lei Tingqin let out a sigh of relief after dispatching the soldiers of the Wind and Thunder clan. She looked at Zhuowen coldly. Young Master Zhua, since you have the lightning element of the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol, why didn't you reveal it earlier? Why did you reveal it now? Are you trying to provoke a battle between the Wind and Thunder clan and the Ice-Fire clan? Zhuowen sneered and did not answer Lei Tingqin's question. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on Blackie. Blackie's power was about to break the shackles in the spirit ring. At that time, he would be able to use the items in the spirit ring to break free from the shackles on his body. Tingqin, what's there to say to this person? His actions just now were clearly intentional. An indifferent voice sounded. Feng Tianhan walked over step by step. His gaze first fell on Lei Tingqin, then he looked mockingly at Zhuowen, who was bound by lightning. Lei Tingqin looked at Feng Tianhan and could not help but frown. She said in a deep voice, I am naturally aware of this matter. However, I am puzzled as to how this person managed to hide the lightning-attributed aura of the Wind Lightning Saint symbol. Feng Tianhan said faintly, Tingqin, what you should be concerned about now is not this, but how to take out the lightning element part of the Wind and Thunder Saint rune. You know that the Wind and Thunder Saint rune of our Wind and Thunder clan is more damaged than the Ice-Fire Saint rune. Although Ancestor Zephyr Thunder's cultivation isn't weaker than Jiang Binghan's, I'm afraid he's at a disadvantage in terms of Saint talismans. As long as we extract the Zephyr Thunder Saint talisman from this kid and hand it to Ancestor Zephyr Thunder, Jiang Binghan won't dare to be so arrogant. On the other hand, we will also have made a great contribution. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Lei Tingqin looked at Feng Tianhan coldly and said, this boy has the thunder element of the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol. He has nothing to do with your wind element. I will make the decision. Feng Tianhan snorted coldly and pointed to the sky thousands of miles away. The battle there was getting more and more intense. The Ice-Fire Lotus formed by the Ice-Fire Saint symbol poured out terrifying ice and fire energy tirelessly. On the other hand, Feng Lei Wuji tightly closed the Wind and Thunder wings formed by the Wind and Thunder Saint talisman in order to resist the terrifying ice and fire energy. Anyone could see that Feng Lei Wuji was at a disadvantage in this battle. Ancestor Zephyr Thunder has always been on the defensive. You should know that if we want to help Ancestor Zephyr Thunder Saint talisman from this kid and let Ancestor Zephyr Thunder fuse with it, only then will we have a chance to drive Jiang Binghan away, said Feng Tianhan. Lei Tingqin revealed a slightly moved expression when she heard this. After pondering for a while, she finally sighed softly and said, forget it. I have the lightning disk with me. I can rely on the stone tablet in the ancestral land to forcefully strip the Wind Lightning Saint symbol from this child. However, it will be very difficult for me to succeed alone. Come and help me. Feng Tianhan was overjoyed. He said, Tingqin, don't worry. I'll definitely help you with this. Lei Tingqin was expressionless. She walked into the pavilion and said, Take Zhuowen and come with me. Feng Tianhan did not hesitate. He picked up Zhuowen and followed closely behind Lei Tingqin. Zhuowen, who had been paying attention to Xiao He, suddenly had a change of expression. He stared at Lei Tingqin and had an extremely bold idea. Zhuowen, I've broken the seal on the spiritual ring. If you want to leave, you can leave now. Xiao He's voice echoed in Zhuowen's head. However, Zhuowen rejected it. I'm not in a hurry to leave. I plan to enter the ancestral land with Lei Tingqin and Feng Tianhan. Right now, the Ice Fire clan and the Wind and Thunder clan are fighting. They have no time to care about this place, and the lightning disc is with Lei Tingqin. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You want to snatch the lightning disc from this woman? Xiao He asked in astonishment. Why not? This woman schemed against me before. She's vicious and merciless. Plus, the lightning disc is indeed useful to me. If I don't snatch it from her, who else can I snatch it from? Zhuowen's voice was cold. Xiao He nodded and said, This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Ice Fire clan and the Wind and Thunder clan are fighting. They have sent out all their elites. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to snatch the lightning disc from Lei Tingqin. However, the time is not right yet. Let's wait until we enter the ancestral land. Zhuowen nodded. He simply closed his eyes and waited silently. Lei Tingqin and Zhuowen soon arrived at the depths of the pavilion. Lei Tingqin opened the array in the depths of the pavilion and came to the stone hall with a stone tablet in the middle that Zhuowen had visited before. Bang! Feng Tianhan casually threw Zhuowen to the ground. The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes intensified, but he did not act rashly. His goal was Lei Tingqin's lightning disc. Now that Lei Tingqin had not taken out the lightning disc, he could not act rashly. Lei Tingqin came to the front of the stone tablet and immediately turned around. She glanced indifferently at Zhuowen and said, Young Master Zhua, extracting the Saint Talisman origin is an extremely painful thing. If you refuse to cooperate, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Don't blame me for not warning you. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, If you extract the Wind and Thunder Saint Talisman from me, will you let me go? Lei Tingqin sneered. Young Master Zhua, aren't you too naive? In addition to the Wind and Thunder Saint Talisman, you also have the Ice Fire Saint Talisman. Do you think I will let you go? However, I can guarantee that I won't hurt you. Zhuowen fell silent. No one knew what Zhuowen was thinking at this moment. Tingqin, why are you wasting time with him? Let's get started. Feng Tianhan said impatiently. Lei Tingqin nodded. Soon after, she beckoned with her jade-like hand and took out the lightning plate. Soon after, her jade-like hand touched the lightning plate. Immediately, countless thunderbolts surged out from the lightning plate and densely entered the stone tablet in front of her. At the same time, Feng Tianhan followed Lei Tingqin's instructions and brought Zhuowen over. Lei Tingqin stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, Young Master Zhua, for your own sake, it's best that you don't resist. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. However, Zhuowen laughed out loud. His laughter was extremely unbridled. What are you laughing at? Lei Tingqin frowned. Blood immortal. Zhuowen faintly spat out these words. Immediately, terrifying blood lightning spread out from Zhuowen's body. Soon after, the lightning that bound Zhuowen collapsed under the suppression of the blood lightning. At the same time, a blood shadow suddenly leaped out and forced Feng Tianhan to continuously retreat. One, who had broken free from the shackles, extended his right hand and swiftly grabbed at the lightning disc floating in front of the stone tablet. Lei Tingqin's pretty face changed drastically. She clearly didn't expect Zhuo to suddenly break free from her imprisonment. However, her reaction wasn't slow at all. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the lightning disc rapidly retracted and returned to her hand. "Where are you going?" Zhuo snorted coldly. The explosion step and the void laws burst out at the same time. He arrived in front of the lightning disc in an instant and forcefully took it into his palm. Sizzle! Sizzle! The lightning disc buzzed and emitted dense lightning bolts. Zhuo felt his right hand go numb. The lightning bolts went along his arm and traveled around his body, making him feel numb. Fortunately, Zhuo had covered his body with the underworld water droplets, so he wasn't affected too much. Thunderstorm. Lei Tingqin's face was cold. She formed a seal with her hand. Suddenly, the lightning disc emitted even more terrifying lightning energy, faintly forming a violent sea of lightning. Zhuo's face darkened. He formed a seal with his right hand and took out the first Yangdao sword. Golden light burst out from his body, and a terrifying aura suppressed the lightning disc. However, the thunderstorm around the lightning disc was too violent. Even the first Yangdao sword couldn't suppress it. Ninth Yangdao sword. Zhuo didn't want to continue the stalemate with the lightning disc. He immediately took out the ninth Yangdao sword. The moment the ninth Yangdao sword appeared, it was as if 9 shadows of the sun had appeared. The aura was much more terrifying than the first Yangdao sword. Clang! The ninth Yangdao sword instantly slammed onto the lightning disc. The violent lightning bolts around the lightning disc were destroyed by the ninth Yangdao sword. The lightning bolts on the surface of the lightning disc dimmed a lot. Puff! Lei Tingqin was affected by the aftermath of the ninth Yangdao sword. She couldn't help but retreat. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale. While Lei Tingqin was retreating, Zhuo waved his right hand and forcefully pinched the lightning disc that was much weaker than before. The saint energy in his palm transformed into a confinement force and imprisoned the lightning disc. He then shoved it into his spiritual ring without hesitation. The moment Zhuo kept the lightning disc, his eyes fell on Lei Tingqin, who was retreating. His eyes were filled with a terrifying, murderous intent. Zhuo formed a seal with his right hand, and the first Yangdao sword and the ninth Yangdao sword flew out together. They turned into 2 blazing suns and slashed down. As soon as the sword appeared, countless blazing suns appeared in the void. It looked extremely terrifying. Lei Tingqin's pretty face was ghastly pale. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a jade bracelet appeared on her pure white wrist. The surface of the bracelet was engraved with numerous runes. The bracelet emitted a jade light and formed a green transparent light shield around Lei Tingqin. It looked indestructible and extremely sturdy. Boom, boom. Chapter 1676. Lei Tingqin gives in. The bracelet on Lei Tingqin's wrist was broken, and her face was pale. Just as she was about to resist, Zhuo had already arrived behind her. Zhuo's right hand pointed his finger sword and poked dozens of times on Lei Tingqin's body. Suddenly, all the meridians on Lei Tingqin's body were sealed. At the same time, Zhuo used the heavenly dragon lock seal, and thick chains tightly bound Lei Tingqin's body. Lei Tingqin was shocked and angry at the same time. She glared at Zhuo. Just as she was about to curse, Zhuo did not give her a chance to speak. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately took Lei Tingqin into the Azure Dragon Palace. Lei Tingqin was the inheritor of the Thunder family, and she knew how to use the Thunder Disc. Therefore, Yi Fuqian still had a use for her, so he couldn't kill her. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you really are trash. In front of me, the blood immortal, you're just trash. Kneel down before me. At this moment, the battle on the other side had also ended. The blood immortal was a half immortal, while Feng Tianhan was only a heaven-defying saint. Although his strength was not bad, there was still a big gap between them. The blood immortal stepped on Feng Tianhan's chest and viciously stomped on him. Her face was full of arrogance as she boasted shamelessly. Do you know the name of your Lord Blood Immortal? In the future, your Lord Blood Immortal will definitely be famous in the Central Continent. Everyone will be afraid of you. Your Lord Blood Immortal will definitely be a legendary existence. If you surrender to me, now you will live a good life. The Blood Immortal laughed. On the other hand, Feng Tianhan was very sullen. The Blood Immortal's right foot was like a mountain that crushed down on Feng Tianhan's chest, making it difficult for him to stand up. He couldn't even move an inch. Yo, you're still struggling? You don't want to give me face, do you? The Blood Immortal laughed and kicked Feng Tianhan's abdomen with her right foot. Feng Tianhan immediately groaned in pain. He covered his abdomen with his hands, curled up, and kept rolling around. The Blood Immortal licked her lips. Just as she was about to attack again, a cold snort came, causing her to stop. The Blood Immortal quickly turned around and bowed to Zhuowen. She smiled and said, Master, I said something wrong just now. I should have said that we can eat and drink, well, by following you. Hee hee. In the future, Master will be a legendary existence. If I follow Master, I will also bask in his glory. Zhuowen glanced at the Blood Immortal indifferently and said, Seal Feng Tianhan and give him to me. All right. The Blood Immortal nodded. However, she didn't dare to disobey Zhuowen's order. She waved her right claw and blood lightning filled the air, binding Feng Tianhan tightly. Then she went in front of Zhuowen and handed Feng Tianhan over to him. Zhuowen took out the lightning disc and said to Feng Tianhan, Are you sure this lightning disc is the key part of the Wind Thunder Saint talisman? Is Lei Tingqin the only one who knows how to use this lightning disc in the entire Wind Thunder family? Feng Tianhan's eyes flickered. He said in a deep voice, Zhuowen, this is the Wind Thunder family. Aren't you afraid of the Wind Thunder family by holding me and Tingqin hostage? This is not a powerful force that you can fight against. Your Wind Thunder family attacked me first. What's the use of saying this nonsense to me now? If you don't want to talk, I have plenty of ways to force you to talk. Zhuowen sneered. He pointed with his right hand, and a drop of underworld water flew out from his fingertip. The drop of underworld water gushed out and entered Feng Tianhan's body. What is this? No. Feng Tianhan's originally calm face was suddenly filled with shock. He only felt that the essence energy in his body was being absorbed by a suction force at an unbelievable speed. Moreover, a heart-wrenching pain came from his body, causing him to involuntarily cry out in pain. Feng Tianhan's cheeks began to shrivel and his eyes bulged. At this moment, Feng Tianhan could clearly feel the fear and threat of death. Indeed, only Lei Tingqin can master the lightning disc. It's because of this that Lei Tingqin was appointed as the successor of the lightning lineage, Feng Tianhan suddenly said. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and extracted the underworld water droplet from Feng Tianhan's body. Feng Tianhan heaved a sigh of relief. The saint energy in Zhuowen's palm spat out and sealed all the meridians on Feng Tianhan's body. Then he kept him in the Azure Dragon Palace. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed Lei Tingqin, who was bound by chains, out. After unlocking the chains on Lei Tingqin, Zhuowen said in a deep voice, how to use the lightning disc and integrate it into the lightning wings. Lei Tingqin's meridians were sealed and her body was weak. When she heard Zhuowen mention her, she sneered and said, "You want to know how to use the lightning disc? You don't have to think about it. I won't tell you even if I die. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you know how to use the lightning disc," Zhuowen said with a murderous aura. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared coldly at Zhuowen. She was gambling. She knew that the lightning disc was the key to the Lightning Saint Talisman. Once it was combined with the Lightning Saint Talisman, it would unleash the true power of the Lightning Saint Talisman. Zhuowen had the Lightning Saint Talisman, but he lacked the lightning disc. She was the only one who knew how to use the lightning disc. She was of great value to Zhuowen. She knew that Zhuowen wouldn't kill her so easily. Zhuowen glanced deeply at Lei Tingqin, and then he waved his right hand. Suddenly, the clothes on Lei Tingqin's body were completely shredded, and a peerlessly beautiful body that was white like mutton fat appeared before Zhuowen's eyes. Lei Tingqin cried out. She wanted to cover herself, but she found that her entire body was imprisoned and she couldn't move at all. She could only watch as her entire body was seen by the strange man in front of her. At this moment, Lei Tingqin's cheeks were red and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She shouted, "You shameless bastard!" Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He said coldly, "I don't have time to dawdle with you. If you don't tell me, I'll immediately take you outside and let all the cultivators in Wind Thunder City, or even the entire Wind Thunder Mansion, see your current appearance." Lei Tingqin's eyes were filled with fear when she heard Zhuowen's words. Currently, she was still a virgin and had never come into contact with any man. If Zhuowen were to mention this to the outside world, it was likely that her reputation and the reputation of the lightning lineage would be ruined. Moreover, she would probably no longer have the face to go out and see others. This would become a stain and shame for the rest of her life. You dare? Lei Tingqin lost her sense of propriety and could not help but grumble coquettishly. Zhuowen clenched his right hand and grabbed the softness in front of Lei Tingqin, causing the latter to moan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shame. "You can try whether I dare or not. Zhuowen, always keep my word," Zhuowen said indifferently. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes flickered. In the end, she lowered her head and sighed. "I'll tell you. However, if I tell you how to use the lightning disc, you must let me go and not harm my life." Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand, and a blood-red formation immediately appeared on his chest. He said indifferently, Zhuowen, am willing to swear on my life that if you really tell me how to use the lightning disc and help me fuse with the lightning wings, Zhuowen, will definitely not harm your life. However, if you go back on your words, don't blame me for going against my oath." Lei Tingqin only relaxed when she saw Zhuowen swearing on his life. Her body was extremely awkward, and her cheeks were flushed as she said, "Why aren't you releasing the seal on my body? Also, with my current appearance, I need to change my clothes." "All right." Zhuowen nodded. He tapped a few acupuncture points on Lei Tingqin's body with his sword finger and allowed her to regain her freedom of movement. However, Lei Tingqin's dantian was still sealed by Zhuowen. At this moment, she could not mobilize any sane energy and was just like an ordinary person. Lei Tingqin, who regained her mobility, immediately covered her sensitive parts with her hands. At the same time, she took out a blue dress from her spirit ring and said in a deep voice, "Don't turn around." Zhuowen, however, looked at Lei Tingqin lazily and said, "To prevent you from running away, why should I turn around?" "Master is right. Why should we turn around? You're pretty and have a great body. Why don't you be my "Oh no, be our master's concubine." The blood immortal on the side quickly agreed. However, her blood-red eyes revealed a touch of lust. However, after seeing Zhuowen's cold gaze, the blood immortal quickly changed her words and said, "No, concubine, you're not qualified either. Be my master's maid." Looking at the blood immortal, who spoke so impudently, Lei Tingqin's face turned red and white, especially the blood immortal's gaze. She felt extremely disgusted. With a soft sigh, Lei Tingqin graciously changed into the new dress in front of the two of them. Her gaze also became extraordinarily calm. After changing, Lei Tingqin looked at Zhuowen in front of her with a complicated expression. Her body had never been seen by a man before. However, today, Zhuowen had seen everything. However, after Zhuowen finished looking at it, his eyes did not reveal any surprise or other expression. Instead, there was only calmness and indifference. This caused Lei Tingqin to feel somewhat sullen in her heart. Lei Tingqin's beauty was definitely top-notch. There were an unknown number of people who had pursued her in the Wind Thunder City. Moreover, she was extremely confident in her appearance and figure. However, Zhuowen was actually indifferent towards her. This caused her to feel a little defeated. Lei Tingqin even began to doubt if she was not charming enough. Now, should we talk about how to use the lightning disc? Zhuowen's cold and indifferent voice was transmitted once again, interrupting Lei Tingqin's absent-minded state. Immediately, Lei Tingqin nodded her head slightly. She took out a jade strip from her bosom and said, "This jade strip contains the method to use the lightning disc. You only need to follow the method inside." Chapter 1677. Real lightning wings. Lei Tingqin frowned slightly. She was extremely unwilling, but when she saw Zhuowen's cold expression, she could not help but feel her heart tremble. She suddenly regretted that she had schemed against such a person. After all, she and the Wind and Thunder clan had no enmity with Zhuowen in the past. However, she had provoked Zhuowen and ended up like this. Do I have no other choice? Lei Tingqin sighed. What do you think? Zhuowen said indifferently, I understand. I'll help you combine the lightning wings and the lightning disc. However, you must remember your promise. Lei Tingqin said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded. He suddenly took off Lei Tingqin's spirit ring and put it into his bag without any hesitation. At the same time, he undid all the seals on Lei Tingqin's body. Lei Tingqin was not ordinary. There might be some kind of trump card in her spirit ring, so Zhuowen had to be cautious. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes moved. She did not say anything about Zhuowen's actions, but there was a trace of contempt in her eyes. Zhuowen gave the blood immortal a look. The blood immortal nodded and dutifully blocked the only exit of the stone hall to prevent Lei Tingqin from escaping. After doing all this, Zhuowen took a deep breath. With a thought, a 10-meter-long pair of purple lightning wings appeared on his back. Afterward, Zhuowen formed a seal with his hands, and the pair of purple lightning wings immediately collapsed. In the end, they turned into 3 pairs of lightning wings that looked very lifelike. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw the 3 lightning wings on Zhuowen's back. She murmured softly, It really is the 3 lightning wings formed by a lightning saint symbol. I never thought that you would have such a thing. Cut the crap. Let's begin. Zhuowen ignored Lei Tingqin's sigh. With a flick of his right hand, he immediately took out the lightning disc. The surface of the lightning disc was still dim. The lightning on the surface was also much weaker. However, the lightning disc was still struggling, as if it was going to escape from Zhuowen's hand at any time. Lei Tingqin looked at Zhuowen in front of her and then at the blood immortal behind her. She knew that she had no way out. hand the lightning disc to me. I'll activate it, and the lightning disc will automatically fuse with the lightning wings. However, the lightning disc doesn't belong to you. Whether or not you can control it after the two fuse is not up to me, Lei Tingqin said indifferently. Don't worry, I know. Now, help me activate this lightning disc. Zhuo Wen said indifferently. Lei Tingqin nodded and flicked her hand. Lei Tingqin's hand. Tingqin moved Tingqin's hand. Lei Tingqin's Tingqin. Tingqin's lightning. Tingqin's eyes, Tingqin's eyes. Tingqin's Tingqin's Tingqin. Tingqin's Tingqin's Tingqin. Tingqin's Tingqin's Tingqin's. The lightning became denser and denser. The area around the lightning disc was completely covered by lightning. Furthermore, it formed a ring shape, which looked quite strange. Buzz, buzz. The moment the tingle formed, Zhuo could clearly feel the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back vibrating violently. The vibrations were getting more and more intense. In the end, the 3 pairs of lightning wings separated from Zhuowen's back. Zhuo watched everything in silence. The 3 pairs of lightning wings flew in front of Lei Tingqin. Then, Lei Tingqin's face was filled with seriousness. She formed seals with both of her hands, and a lightning pillar shot out from the center of the lightning disc. The surface of the lightning pillar was covered with countless lightning strands. The lightning strands were like lightning snakes. At that moment, the 3 pairs of lightning wings flew above the lightning pillar. The lightning pillar hit the 3 pairs of lightning wings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless lightning bolts surged and formed a lightning liquid around the 3 pairs of lightning wings. The lightning liquid was liquid, as if it was flowing. It contained dense lightning. Soon after, Zhuo was shocked to discover that the lightning plate below had begun to slowly rise along with the lightning pillar, gradually approaching the 3 pairs of lightning wings above. In the end, the lightning disc and the lightning wings completely merged together under Zhuowen's gaze. In an instant, the lightning in the lightning wings was extremely dense. The flashing lightning was even more dazzling than the sun. It was almost blinding. Zhuowen's eyes were as bright as torches. He could clearly sense that the lightning wings and lightning disc, which had originally been tightly attached to each other, had completely fused together within this lightning glow. He seemed to be able to see the 3 pairs of lightning wings that were bathed in the lightning. At that moment, they were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They grew from the original 10 feet to 100 feet. Almost the entire stone hall was under the lightning wings. Rumble! Under the lightning wings, countless lightning bolts were released. The blue light flashed too quickly. It was as fast as lightning. Zhuo took a few steps back. He pushed his right hand in the air. The saint energy in his palm spat out and formed a strong protective light shield in front of him. It blocked the terrifying lightning that was spreading towards him. Looks like it's about to take shape. Zhuo stared at the 3 pairs of lightning wings that were filled with endless lightning. A fervent look appeared in his eyes. He could clearly feel that the aura on the 3 pairs of lightning wings was becoming stronger and stronger. It was as if they were really terrifying lightning that fell from the 9 heavens. The moment the lightning glow spread to its limit, the frightening lightning glow began to slowly shrink. Moreover, the speed at which it was shrinking was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the lightning glow that originally filled the entire stone hall had completely shrunk. In the middle of the stone hall, 3 pairs of lightning wings that were 100 feet long quietly floated above the stone hall. The aura on the 3 pairs of lightning wings was many times more terrifying than before. At that moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. He could clearly feel that the lightning wings were much more powerful than before they merged with the lightning disc. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stomped his right foot and swept towards the lightning wings. However, the moment he was 10 meters away from the lightning wings, terrifying lightning suddenly burst out from the surface of the lightning wings. Like an arrow that was released from a bow, it swept towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He snorted coldly and swung his sleeve. The lightning that swept towards him was immediately blocked by Zhuowen. "Miss Lei, what's going on?" Zhuowen looked at Lei Tingqin and asked coldly. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes flickered. She took a few steps back and said, "Didn't I say before? The lightning disk is not yours to begin with. Therefore, after merging with the lightning wings, it might not listen to you. It's normal for it to attack you now." "Since it's normal, why did Miss Lei take a step back?" Zhuowen said coldly. Lei Tingqin's eyes narrowed. Just as she was about to say something, a terrifying sound that broke through the air came from behind her. She saw the blood immortal pouncing towards her like a hungry wolf. Lei Tingqin's face instantly turned gloomy. She immediately pinched her jade-like hands. Instantly, the giant lightning wings pierced through the air and swept towards Lei Tingqin's back. The lightning disk in the center of the lightning wings was like a machine. It finally pressed against Lei Tingqin's back. In an instant, endless lightning spread out. The pair of lightning wings immediately gathered and wrapped Lei Tingqin inside. Boom, boom, boom. The blood immortal swept over. Her right claw fiercely hit the oval lightning ball formed by the lightning wings. However, the moment her right claw hit the surface of the lightning ball, her right claw was immediately repelled. Moreover, the lightning on the surface of the lightning ball was repelled towards the blood immortal. "This chick is really insidious." The blood immortal snorted coldly. Her right claw swiped across the air. The blood lightning on her claw gushed out and formed a blood lightning blade light. It directly destroyed the lightning that was coming towards her. The blood immortal then retreated to Zhuowen's side. "Master, the blood immortal wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhuowen." At this moment, Zhuowen was terrifyingly calm. He stared at the lightning ball formed by the lightning wings indifferently and said lightly, "Miss Lei, what do you mean by this?" Sizzle, sizzle. Lei Tingqin's lightning wings opened. At this moment, the lightning wings on her back were hundreds of meters long. Countless lightning poured down and surrounded Lei Tingqin, making her look like the goddess of lightning. Lei Tingqin's face was filled with excitement. She laughed and said, "Mr. Zhua, thank you for your lightning wings. Everyone says that the lightning disk is the core of the lightning element in the wind thunder saint symbol. However, the lightning disk has an even more important function. It is the control center of the lightning element. The lightning disk is controlled by me. When the lightning disk and the lightning wings combine, the lightning wings will only be controlled by me." "Mr. Zhua, you didn't expect this, did you?" Lei Tingqin floated in the air above the stone hall and looked down at Zhuowen. The corner of her mouth curled into an enchanting smile. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pride. She really wanted to see what kind of expression Zhuowen would have at this moment. However, when her gaze noticed Zhuowen, she was stunned. Because Zhuowen's face didn't have the rage, unwillingness, and brutality that she imagined. Instead, it was like a lake without ripples in an ancient well, and it was terrifyingly calm. "Miss Lei, are you sure you want to do this? If you hand over the lightning wings to me, you might have a chance to live. Otherwise, you won't have another chance." Zhuowen said calmly. Lei Tingqin looked at Zhuowen's calm eyes and frowned slightly. However, she sneered secretly. "Are you trying to act mysterious? Do you think I will fall for it?" As she spoke, Lei Tingqin opened her wings. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and she flew towards the exit like a wisp of green smoke. Master, are we just going to let her go like this? Blood Immortal said, unwillingly. Zhuowen didn't answer. Instead, he said calmly, since this is your choice, don't regret it. As he spoke, Zhuowen made a gesture with his right hand. Lei Tingqin, who was about to fly out of the exit, suddenly trembled and fell to the ground. Her whole body was twitching. If one looked closely, there were a few underworld water droplets on the surface of the lightning wings. They flew out like yellow lightning and went into the depths of Lei Tingqin's body through her neck. Chapter 1678. Leyland thump. 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 Zhuowen walked over slowly. He looked down indifferently at Lei Tingqin, who was twitching on the ground. Don't kill me. I'll give you the lightning wings, and let me live. Are you going to break your promise? Lei Tingqin was extremely terrified. Her eyes rolled up, and her body quickly shriveled up. Zhuowen said before that I'm willing to swear on my life that if you really tell me how to use the lightning disc and help me fuse with the lightning wings, Zhuowen, will not harm your life. If you go back on your words, don't blame Zhuowen for breaking his promise. But now that you've gone back on your words, don't blame me. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness. However, Lei Tingqin continued to struggle. She even crawled in front of Zhuowen and begged, spare me, I won't do it again. Zhuowen waved his finger. Immediately, Lei Tingqin screamed and turned into a dried corpse. 20 underworld water droplets flew out from her body. Zhuowen squinted his eyes as he looked at the 20 underworld water droplets. He did not expect Lei Tingqin to produce 20 underworld water droplets. This woman's sins were so great that it was beyond Zhuowen's expectation. With Lei Tingqin's death, the originally extremely tyrannical lightning wings suddenly became a lot quieter. Even the lightning disc at the center of the lightning wings no longer showed any signs of overreaction. It seems that the abnormality of Lei was indeed caused by this Lei Tingqin. How much of what she said before was true is still up for debate. Zhuowen did not show any mercy after killing Lei Tingqin. From the day Lei Tingqin schemed against him, Zhuowen knew that Lei Tingqin was probably not a good person. Now that this woman was dead, he naturally had no need to pity her. Master is wise. I didn't expect the lightning wings to have a hidden secret. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. The Blood Immortal flew to Zhuowen's side and immediately flattered him. However, Zhuowen did not pay any attention to the Blood Immortal. Lei Tingqin was originally a scheming woman. Zhuowen did not completely trust her. Hence, he left some underworld water droplets on the lightning wings. Originally, if Lei Tingqin had really followed the agreement and handed the lightning wings to him after fusing with them, Zhuowen would naturally be willing to let her go. Unfortunately, Lei Tingqin did not know what was good for her. Translation. Lin, translation. Translation note. Translation. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the lightning wings gradually shrunk to the size of a palm and landed in Zhuowen's palm. The lightning wings are finally complete. I can feel that the lightning wings are now much faster than before. If this pair of wings is combined with the explosion step and the void rules, it should be able to increase the speed to an extremely terrifying level. I wonder how it compares to the teleportation of an earthly immortal, Zhuowen murmured. It should be about the same. After fusing with the thunder plate, your lightning wings are close to completion. It is comparable to the teleportation of an earthly immortal, Xiaohe said in a deep voice. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and said, is it comparable to the teleportation of an earthly immortal? Since that's the case, I'm not in a hurry to leave the Wind Lightning Manor. Since the Wind Lightning clan and the Icefire clan both want to kill me, Even though my words carry little weight, I'll still bite back at them and let them know that I'm not so easily provoked. Master, what do you mean? There are earthly immortals and even celestial immortals fighting outside. If we don't take advantage of this time to escape, when will we be able to? The blood immortal was frightened and could not help but admit defeat. Zhuowen glanced at the blood immortal and said indifferently, "You are too eye-catching. Of course, I will not let you out. Get into the spiritual ring." With that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and called the blood immortal into the spiritual ring. "Wind and Thunder family, Ice and Fire family, today I will use your two families to practice the killing finger of hell." Zhuowen grinned, revealing a cold smile. Then he slowly walked out of the exit. His appearance and aura changed completely the moment he walked out. He now looked like Feng Tianhan. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in the sky thousands of miles away from the Wind and Thunder City, the battle between Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan was still going on. Both of them had holy talismans. Although their holy talismans were not complete, their power was still not to be underestimated. In addition, their cultivations were similar. It would be difficult for this battle to end without a few days. In the sky above the Wind and Thunder City, the elites of the Wind and Thunder family and Ice and Fire family were still fighting. The battle between the two sides had almost reached its climax. As for the two patriarchs of the Wind and Thunder family, Jiang Zuomei and Jiang Zhou of the Ice and Fire family, they had fled far away from the Wind and Thunder City. When Zhuowen walked out of the attic, he found that the Wind and Thunder family was surrounded by a large number of mansion soldiers. Zhuowen scanned with his mind and found that there were at least 1,000 of them. All of them were saints. There were two leaders in this group of mansion soldiers. Both of them were half-immortals. One of them was patrolling the Wind lineage, while the other was patrolling the Thunder lineage. The attic that Zhuowen was in was surrounded by more than a dozen armored mansion soldiers. When they saw Zhuowen walk out of the attic, they all knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, young Lord Feng." Zhuowen was expressionless. He slowly walked down the stairs of the attic. When Zhuowen did not answer, the mansion soldiers naturally felt embarrassed. They all lowered their heads and knelt on one knee. Whoosh, whoosh. When Zhuowen walked to the center of the group of mansion soldiers, more than a dozen yellow spring water droplets suddenly flew out from his body and quietly entered the space between the brows of the mansion soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. The mansion soldiers did not guard against Zhuowen at all. When the yellow spring water droplets entered their space between their brows, they instantly turned into more than a dozen dried corpses. Then, the yellow spring water droplets flew out from these dried corpses and entered Zhuowen's body. These mansion soldiers added 40 yellow spring water droplets to Zhuowen's inventory, including the 20 yellow spring water droplets from Lei Tingqin. Zhuowen had a total of 300 yellow spring water droplets on him. After dealing with the corpses of the mansion soldiers, Zhuowen walked out of the courtyard. It had to be said that Feng Tianhan's identity was very useful. As long as Zhuowen went out and encountered mansion soldiers, they would basically bow and salute him. However, Zhuowen was more cautious. Normally, if he encountered a large number of mansion soldiers, he would not make a move. Only when he encountered a small number of mansion soldiers and was in a more remote courtyard would he use thunderous means to kill the mansion soldiers. Along the way, Zhuowen had killed nearly 100 of the prefectural soldiers of the Lightning Branch. By now, the leader of the Lightning Branch, Leylin, had realized that something was off and had begun to investigate the disappearance of the prefectural soldiers. Zhuowen naturally stopped at this moment. His yellow spring water droplets had rapidly increased to 500 droplets. It's time to make a trip to the Wind faction. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He planned to leave the Thunder faction's mansion, but when he reached the border of the Thunder faction's territory, he was surrounded by a group of mansion soldiers. A middle-aged man, wearing thunder armor and riding a tall horse, rapidly approached. He immediately passed by the mansion soldiers and landed in front of Zhuowen. "Young Master Feng, where do you plan to go?" Leyland looked down at Zhuowen and asked indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes were like torches. He stared at Leyland calmly and said indifferently, "What is the meaning of this? Chief Lei, I plan to return to the Wind faction. Does Chief Lei also want to meddle in other people's business?" Leyland's eyes were cold. He said coldly, "I heard from my subordinates that young Master Feng entered the ancestral land with our Mississippi. Why is young Master Feng coming out alone? Where is our miss?" "You mean Tingqin? She still has some matters to deal with in the ancestral land, and might be a little late. That's why she hasn't come out yet. If you don't believe me, go to the ancestral land and take a look yourselves," Zhuowen said indifferently. Leyland frowned and said, "Young Master Feng really knows how to joke. The ancestral land is not a place where subordinates like us can casually enter. I'm just asking." "If that's the case, can Chief Lei step aside now?" Zhuowen smiled faintly. Leyland's eyes flickered. He cupped his fists and said, "I still have something to ask young Master Feng. Since young Master Feng left the ancestral land, our Thunder faction's 500 mansion soldiers have decreased by nearly 100. I wonder if young Master Feng knows what happened?" Zhuowen looked deeply at Leyland and said, "Chief Lei, are you suspecting me?" Leyland took a deep breath, cupped his fists, and lowered his head, saying, "I dare not. It's just that there are indeed many suspicious points, so I have to be cautious." Zhuowen sneered. Soon after, he roared, "Where's Feng Xiao?" This roar immediately received a response from the Wind faction's mansion on the other side. Immediately, a young man in white armor led a group of Wind faction's mansion soldiers and gathered. He walked in front of Zhuowen and knelt on one knee. "Feng Xiao is here. What orders does young master have?" Zhuowen pointed at Leyland and said, "Chief Lei said that more than 100 of their Thunder faction's mansion soldiers have gone missing. Now, he suspects that these missing mansion soldiers have something to do with me. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" "Ha ha ha. It's really ridiculous and preposterous. Leyland, you can't manage your own army, but you actually suspect our young master. You have ulterior motives, don't you?" Feng Xiao laughed as if he had encountered the funniest joke. The mansion soldiers brought by Feng Xiao also laughed wildly, causing Leyland's face to turn green and white. Finally, he cupped his fists towards Zhuowen with a black face and said, "Young Master Feng, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Goodbye." After speaking, Leyland led the Thunder faction's mansion soldiers and turned to leave. He did not want to stay at all. "Young Master, this Leyland is really audacious. He actually suspects you. It's really ridiculous." Feng Xiao came to Zhuowen's side and grinned. "There's no need to pay attention to this fellow. We'll return to the Wind faction. Right? You guys can't let your guard down either. The Icefire clan might have other reinforcements. You absolutely cannot let your guard down," Zhuowen reminded. Chapter 1679. Yellow Spring. Feng Xiao respectfully escorted Zhuo into the Wind clan's mansion like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. In the spacious hall, Zhuowen sat at the head of the table and said to Feng Xiao, who was standing respectfully below, "Feng Xiao, nearly 100 people have gone missing in the Lightning faction. Did something similar happen in our Wind faction?" Feng Xiao sneered. "Young master, please be at ease. This will definitely not happen in our Wind faction. If anything, it can only be that Leyland's incompetence." He's obviously incompetent in managing his troops, causing his subordinates to go missing, yet he actually pointed the finger of suspicion at young master. How hateful! Zhuowen nodded and said without a change in expression, "Since this happened in the Lightning faction, then you should go to the Lightning faction to investigate. There's something strange about this matter. Go to the Lightning faction and investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, I'm afraid this will happen in our Wind faction. We can't let our guard down." Hearing this, Feng Zhao's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said, "Young master is indeed thoughtful. This subordinate will immediately bring a few trusted subordinates to the Lightning faction to take a look." Zhuowen nodded without a change in expression and said, "Be careful along the way, especially that Lei Lin. This person pointed the finger of suspicion at me. I'm afraid there's a trap." Feng Zhao's pupils shrank, revealing a look of understanding. He said, "Young master's reminder is right. If young master didn't say this subordinate wouldn't have known. That Lei Lin is indeed suspicious. This subordinate will go to the Lightning faction to investigate." Be careful." Zhuowen nodded without batting an eyelid. Feng Zhao bowed again, then slowly retreated and quickly left the hall. At this moment, only Zhuowen was left in the hall. After waiting for half an incense stick's time, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly burst with an intense light. He stood up and left the hall. "Young master." Just as he walked out of the hall, more than a dozen soldiers in the courtyard were respectfully kneeling on the ground. Zhuowen was silent, but the yellow spring water droplets in his body shot out silently like yellow lightning, reaping the lives of more than 10 prefecture soldiers in the courtyard. After destroying the corpses, Zhuowen quietly left the courtyard. After confirming that Feng Zhao had left the Wind faction, Zhuowen no longer restrained himself. Instead, he quickly began to harvest the many Wind faction mansion soldiers. Of course, even though Zhuowen was no longer restraining himself, his movements were still very cautious. Basically, he would not expose himself. Once the prefecture soldiers realized that something was wrong, he would immediately silence them. Therefore, even though the Wind lineage's soldiers began to die in large numbers, they didn't suspect Zhuowen. When more than 200 of the Wind faction soldiers were wiped out, no matter how slow they had already realized that something was wrong. In an instant, the remaining soldiers began to gather at the Wind faction's martial arts training ground. Every single one of them was on high alert, and every single one of them was on the alert. An atmosphere of panic began to spread among the Wind faction mansion soldiers. In a secluded alley not far from the martial arts arena, Zhuowen stood quietly. At this moment, his body was covered in yellow spring water droplets. The yellow spring water droplets began to gather and eventually formed a yellow eyeball on Zhuowen's shoulder. The eyeball's pupil was pitch black, and the white of the eye was yellow. At first glance, one would have the illusion that they had entered the cycle of reincarnation. The eye of the yellow spring. I didn't expect that when the number of yellow spring water droplets reached 1,000, it would produce the eye of the yellow spring. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of understanding. Previously, when the number of yellow spring water droplets in Zhuowen's body reached 1,000, the yellow spring water droplets seemed to have boiled and moved strangely in Zhuowen's body, eventually forming the eye of the yellow spring. The eye of the yellow spring did not have any offensive power, but it had an extremely useful ability, which was to see sins. Zhuowen could see the sins in a warrior's body through the vision of the eye of the yellow spring. At this moment, Zhuowen's consciousness sank into the eye of the yellow spring. Soon after, the eye of the yellow spring slowly floated in the air and quietly landed in a secluded corner of the martial arts arena. The eye of the yellow spring scanned the martial arts arena. In the martial arts arena, Zhuowen no longer saw warriors through the eye of the yellow spring. Instead, he saw masses of sins that emitted bloody light. The stronger the bloody light, the heavier the sins. At this moment, in Zhuowen's eyes, the warriors in the martial arts arena were more or less covered in sins. However, most of the bloody light did not exceed 10 feet. Of course, there were a few bloody lights that were extremely dazzling. They shot straight into the sky and extended to more than 10 feet. However, these bloody lights of sins that exceeded 10 feet were relatively rare among the mansion soldiers. Zhuowen licked his lips and slowly walked into the martial arts arena. At this moment, in Zhuowen's eyes, these mansion soldiers were no longer mansion soldiers, but a pile of nourishment that could be used to cultivate the massacre finger of hell. As soon as Zhuowen entered the martial arts arena, the panicking mansion soldiers in the martial arts arena quieted down. They bowed and respectfully greeted Zhuowen. "Greetings, young lord!" Zhuowen nodded and calmly walked into the large martial arts arena. He walked to the front of the mansion soldiers and asked indifferently, "Why are all of you so flustered?" The mansion soldiers looked at each other. One of them said in a deep voice, "More than 200 of our brothers have mysteriously disappeared. This situation is too similar to the mansion soldiers of the lightning lineage. I wonder what's going on." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He frowned slightly and did not say a word. However, Zhuowen's expression made the mansion soldiers present look at each other. None of them dared to speak. Suddenly, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and summoned the spirit-devouring magma river. Boundless magma gushed out and instantly spread over the entire martial arts arena. Then, like a magma cage, it completely enveloped the martial arts arena. The terrifyingly high temperature spread, causing the surrounding mansion soldiers to become anxious. "Young lord, what is the meaning of this?" The mansion soldier, who spoke, reacted and asked Zhuowen in a deep voice. "Uft." Unfortunately, before the mansion soldier could finish his sentence, a yellow water droplet entered between his eyebrows at lightning speed. In an instant, the mansion soldier became a dried corpse. The surroundings fell into silence as soon as the mansion soldier died. Then, the remaining mansion soldiers looked at Zhuowen with astonishment in their eyes. Of course, Zhuowen did not give the mansion soldiers any time to think. Droplets of yellow springs shot out one after another. At this moment, the Eye of Yellow Springs hovered quietly on Zhuowen's shoulder. The Eye of Yellow Springs was the source of the Eye of Yellow Springs. "Kill." Zhuowen's body moved without any wind, surrounded by Yellow Springs water droplets. He dashed out like a demon. In an instant, nearly 100 mansion soldiers were killed by him and turned into droplets of Yellow Springs water droplets. "This person is not the young lord. Everyone attack together." Someone suddenly shouted. Then, the remaining 200 mansion soldiers flew toward Zhuowen with bloodshot eyes. They wanted to kill Zhuowen on the spot. Zhuowen, on the other hand, sneered again and again. The surrounding magma immediately sprouted huge and terrifying magma tentacles, entangling the 200 soldiers. Although they could not completely bind the mansion soldiers, they could slow down their movements by more than half a beat. Uft, uft. Zhuowen was as fast as lightning. Like a demon from hell, he shuttled between the mansion soldiers in an instant, relying on the obstruction of the spirit-devouring magma river, his explosive steps, and the law of the void. Zhuowen moved through the mansion soldiers as if he was invisible. The mansion soldiers died under the Yellow Springs water droplets. When Zhuowen walked out of the group of mansion soldiers, they all fell to the ground and turned into dried corpses. Countless Yellow Springs water droplets were suspended in the air from the dried corpses and entered Zhuowen's body. Another 1,000 Yellow Springs water droplets. "Now, I have 2,000 Yellow Springs water droplets. I wonder how powerful the finger of Yellow Springs Massacre will be with these 2,000 Yellow Springs water droplets. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered. With a wave of his sleeve, the surrounding spirit-devouring magma river immediately shrank and incinerated all the dried corpses within it. Zhuo Wen, on the other hand, stepped out step by step and quietly stood in the martial arts practice field. Not long after, a figure suddenly rushed over from the Lightning Faction's mansion. Looking at the eerily quiet and sparse environment, Feng Xiao frowned as an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Whoosh! Soon, Feng Xiao rushed to the training field. At this moment, he saw Zhuowen standing in the middle of the training field. He quickly went up to Zhuowen and asked, "Young master, where are the Wind Faction's mansion soldiers?" Zhuowen stared at Feng Xiao indifferently. This glance made Feng Xiao's heart tremble. At this moment, Feng Tianhan in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. "Young master, what the hell is going on?" Feng Xiao's eyes were gloomy as he slowly retreated. At this moment, Feng Tianhan in front of him was too unfamiliar. It was as if the Feng Tianhan in front of him was a completely different person. "Our Wind Faction's mansion soldiers are all dead," Zhuowen said with a sigh. Feng Xiao's pupils shrank. His body trembled as he asked in a trembling voice, Who did it?" Zhuowen stared at Feng Xiao. At this moment, a yellow eyeball appeared on Feng Xiao's shoulder. In Zhuowen's line of sight, Feng Xiao's sinful sanguine light had reached a height of 10 meters. "It's me," Zhuowen said indifferently. Feng Xiao's body trembled. At this moment, he fell into a state of absent-mindedness. It was also at this moment that a blood shadow suddenly swept out from behind Feng Xiao. A huge blood claw suddenly clawed at Feng Xiao's back. Feng Xiao's pupils shrank. At this critical moment, his body jerked to the side. However, the blood claw was too fast for him to dodge completely. He could only dodge it temporarily. Puchi, as the blood claw approached, Feng Xiao's right arm was crushed by the claw and turned into a bloody mist. Feng Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and flew to the left. Whoosh! At that moment, Zhuowen also moved. He took a step forward, and an explosive sound was heard from under his feet. He was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow, and in an instant he arrived in front of Feng Xiao. Then he pointed his finger in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 1680. Slaughter! Feng Xiao's reaction was also very fast. Although his body was in a flying state, he forcibly twisted his body. With a flick of his finger, he took out a long white spear from his spirit ring. The surface of the spear was covered with countless wind blades, looking exceptionally strange and terrifying. Swoosh! Feng Xiao roared and twisted his right wrist. The white spear was like a poisonous snake. It swept out from a tricky angle and pierced towards Zhuowen's vital points. Zhuowen snorted coldly. The spirit-devouring lava river instantly turned into a shield in front of him, blocking the attack of the long spear. Then Zhuowen stepped into the void and disappeared in front of Feng Xiao as fast as lightning. When Zhuowen appeared again, he was already behind Feng Xiao. He suddenly pressed his finger forward. It was so fast that it caused the wind to howl. Feng Xiao's expression changed. The white spear was entangled by the spirit-devouring lava river. At this moment, he was defenseless. He had no choice but to gather saint energy in his right palm and punch out to meet Zhuowen's slaughtering finger of Acheron. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura was only at the Yang Sky Saint stage. Although Feng Xiao could feel the extraordinary power of Zhuowen's slaughtering finger of Acheron, he naturally did not think that his half-immortal strength would be inferior to Zhuowen's. Boom! The moment Feng Xiao's fist hit the slaughtering finger of Acheron, The indifference in his eyes instantly changed. He was shocked. Thump, thump, thump. An invisible ripple spread out. Feng Zhao's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. On the other hand, Zhuowen snorted and took a few steps back. His eyes gradually narrowed. The power of 2,000 drops of the slaughtering finger of Acheron is indeed not enough. I'm actually at a disadvantage against Feng Zhao, whose cultivation is at the half-immortal stage. The power of this finger should be at the heaven-defying saint stage. The moment Zhuowen retreated, a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. Feng Zhao, on the other hand, steadied his body. His face was filled with shock. If he wasn't mistaken, this person was only at the Sun-Sky Saint realm. Such a cultivation level should have been something he could destroy with a wave of his hand. But this person had forced him to retreat. This was truly unbelievable. Who are you? Feng Zhao took a deep breath and asked coldly. Zhuowen remained silent. He waved his right hand and said, "Blood immortal." "Ha ha, Master, don't worry. This fellow is injured. I will immediately help you deal with this fellow." The blood immortal grinned, and the corners of her mouth were filled with a cruel smile. After she finished speaking, she leaped forward and swept towards Feng Zhao as fast as lightning. Feng Zhao's expression was ugly. He waved his sleeve and shouted, "Leylin, come and help me." After Feng Zhao finished speaking, the surging saint force spread all over his body, forming extremely terrifying wind blades. However, these wind blades weren't used to attack. Instead, they surrounded Feng Zhao's body in layers, forming a terrifying wind defense. Zhuowen squinted his eyes. This Feng Zhao was very smart. He knew that he was injured by the blood immortal's sneak attack, and his strength was greatly reduced. If he continued to fight with them, he would definitely be defeated, and even his life would be in danger. Therefore, he immediately thought of asking for Leylin's help. "Kill this person as soon as possible." Zhuowen's gaze grew colder as he said in a deep voice. The blood immortal nodded repeatedly. Her attacks suddenly became much fiercer. She used both her hands and feet. Countless blood thunders exploded around Feng Zhao like countless bombs, bursting out countless ripples of aftershocks. However, this was the wind blade defense that Feng Zhao used with all his strength. Although he was injured if he didn't attack and only defended, even if the blood immortal used all her strength, it wouldn't be that easy to break through his defense. Zhuowen's expression was extremely gloomy. He could feel the swift and fierce wind behind him, and knew that Leylin was probably rushing towards the Wind Faction's residence at top speed. The first Yongdao sword, the 9th Yongdao sword. Zhuowen took a deep breath and waved his right sleeve. He immediately took out the first Yongdao sword and the 9th Yongdao sword. At the same time, he also took out the iron folding fan that he snatched from Jiang Binhan. With a wave of his right hand, a terrifying black storm suddenly swept out from the iron folding fan. Whoosh! The black storm was extremely terrifying. It soared into the sky and blasted on Feng Zhao's defense. The first Yongdao sword and the 9th Yongdao sword also arrived on time. Rumble! In an instant, the frightening wind blade defense that surrounded Feng Zhao actually began to tremble intensely. Within the wind blade defense, a soft, muffled groan was emitted. Clearly, Feng Zhao, who was hiding within the wind blade defense, did not have it easy either. Zhuowen's gaze was like a torch. His forehead split open, and the Buddha demon eye was revealed. The two terrifying forces of Buddha and demon were like two pillars of gold and black light that soared into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. The Buddha kowtows to the heavens, the 5th kowtow to the heavens. The Buddha demon eye opened, and the Buddha Tao energy soared into the sky. Under the sky, a terrifying giant Buddha shadow was formed. The Buddha shadow bowed towards the sky and continuously kowtowed 5 times. Instantly, the oval-shaped void within 100 feet of the Buddha's shadow cracked like glass. Finally, it shattered into countless pieces. The cracking force transmitted to the wind blade defense, causing the wind blades on the surface of the defense to become increasingly dim and sparse. During this time, the groans that came from it also became more intense. Zhuowen's gaze became even colder. The Buddha demon eye between his brows opened again. His eyeballs had completely turned pitch black, and billowing demonic qi wantonly surged around his eyeballs. The top 10 forbidden grounds of the devil, the 5 forbidden cold grounds. For a moment, a cold demonic qi surged in the place where the Buddha shadow was kowtowing. This black demonic qi was ink black, and it was full of demonic qi. This demonic qi cracked open, and an ice-blue demonic hand appeared from within. This demonic hand was too huge. It grabbed the wind blade defense that had shrunk into a ball, and then suddenly squeezed. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the wind blade defense. Crack. The cracks grew larger and larger, and finally it completely collapsed. Feng Zhao's voice was even more pronounced. At this moment, Feng Zhao's face was as pale as snow. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and his eyes were dull. After being continuously injured, Feng Zhao was already at the end of his rope. After all, the Blood Immortal's strength was not much weaker than his. She was even slightly stronger than him. In the beginning, Feng Zhao was heavily injured by the Blood Immortal's sneak attack. In addition, Zhuowen continuously used the first Yang sword, the second Yang sword, and the substandard immortal weapon, the Iron Folding Fan. Coupled with the power of the Buddha Demon Eye and the Blood Immortal's attack, how could Feng Zhao, who was already injured, withstand all these attacks? Stop! At this moment, the Thunder lineage Leylin was still rapidly approaching. Leylin's hair was standing straight, and his eyes were glaring. The thunder armor on his body was bursting with extremely terrifying thunder, as if he was the thunder god that had descended to the world. Zhuowen glanced at Leylin indifferently. He took a step and instantly disappeared. When he swept out again, he was already above Feng Zhao. Go to the ends of the world. Go to the depths of the Yellow Springs. Slaughter finger of the Yellow Springs. Kill for me. Zhuowen pointed his finger at Feng Zhao's forehead without hesitation. Suddenly, 2,000 Yellow Springs water droplets gathered at his fingertip, forming a yellow spike, and pierced into Feng Zhao's forehead. Feng Zhao roared angrily. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He raised both his hands, wanting to block Zhuowen's attack. Unfortunately, the first Yang sword and 9th Yang sword both swept over and cut Feng Zhao's arms. Puchi! Immediately, both of Feng Zhao's arms were chopped off. Zhuowen's right hand smoothly touched Feng Zhao's forehead. Immediately, extremely bitter blood spurted out. Feng Zhao let out a miserable cry and completely turned into a dried corpse. As soon as Feng Zhao died, Leylin led the 400 soldiers of the Lightning faction over in a grandiose manner. The moment he saw that Feng Zhao had died at Zhuowen's hands, his expression became extremely ugly. "Who are you?" Leylin's eyes were filled with anger. He had just checked the mansion of the Wind lineage and found that all the soldiers were dead. The rest were all warriors below the Saint Realm. These warriors were too weak. Zhuowen naturally disdained to kill them. After all, the mainstay of the Wind and Thunder family should be the soldiers. If he killed all the soldiers, it would definitely be a great loss to the Wind and Thunder family. After discovering the tragic state of the Wind lineage, Leylin immediately connected the disappearance of the 100 soldiers of the Thunder lineage. It must have something to do with this youth who was pretending to be Feng Tianhan. However, Leylin was a little puzzled. The aura of the person in front of him was too similar to Feng Tianhan's. If Zhuowen hadn't done such a thing, Leyland wouldn't have thought that Feng Tianhan was fake. Blood Immortal, hold this Leyland back. Zhuowen indifferently ordered the Blood Immortal behind him. The Blood Immortal laughed strangely and said, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely do as you say, and hold this Leyland back." After saying that, the Blood Immortal roared loudly and rushed towards Leyland as fast as lightning. Leyland snorted coldly. Lightning surrounded his body. His hands took out 2 huge thunder hammers and faced the Blood Immortal. Boom, 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 boom. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying shockwaves erupted from the explosion. Blood red and blue lightning intertwined with each other, erupting with terrifying sizzling sounds that were extremely ear-piercing. Zhuowen's gaze was cold. His gaze fell on the remaining 400 soldiers of the Thunder lineage. With a stomp of his right foot, the spirit-devouring lava river, the iron-folding fan, the first Yang sword, and the 9th Yang sword burst out with 4 terrifying weapons. Lightning formation. Kill this person. Leyland's gaze was cold, as he couldn't help but shout. The 400 soldiers didn't show any fear. They all looked as if they were ready to die. They actually followed Leyland's instructions and moved in a strange pace, circling the surroundings. Each of the mansion soldiers unleashed powerful thunderbolts. In an instant, the terrifying thunderbolts stacked together and formed a giant of thunderbolts that was thousands of feet tall. Boom! The 400 soldiers cooperated with each other very well. They formed a terrifying lightning giant, and with a stomp of its foot, the earth cracked. Whoosh! A huge hand suddenly blasted towards Zhuowen. Lightning burst out from its body like the 9 heavens' thunder. It was extremely terrifying. Playing with lightning in front of me, the corner of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. Immediately, 3 pairs of terrifying lightning wings sprouted from his back. These lightning wings were hundreds of feet long. Chapter 16, 81. Infuriated wind and lightning bang. 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 After all the lightning on the lightning giant was absorbed by the lightning wings, the 400 soldiers in the array spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. This is the lightning wings of the wind and lightning's sacred symbol. This brat stole the lightning wings of our lightning faction. The 400 soldiers were terrified. The lightning wings were a treasure of the lightning lineage, and they were passed down from their ancestors. Most of the lightning lineage's cultivation techniques were related to lightning. The lightning-based part of the wind-thunder sacred symbol could be said to be the origin of the lightning-based lineage. With the appearance of the lightning wings, the lightning-based soldiers of the lightning-based lineage had to submit obediently. As long as Zhuowen had the lightning wings, he would be invincible against the lightning lineage. Here, take this lightning. Zhuowen sneered. With 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back, he swept across the sky and arrived above the 400 soldiers. Then, the lightning absorbed from the lightning giant poured down. Thunderbolts covered the sky. The energy contained in the thunderbolts was too terrifying. When the thunderbolts struck down, the 400 soldiers screamed in agony. With the lightning wings on his back, Zhuowen was too fast. He shuttled through the 400 soldiers in an instant. Every time he flashed, he would take the lives of several soldiers. Because Zhuowen's lightning was too powerful, it was enough to exhaust the 400 soldiers. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't have much trouble killing them. In about 20 breaths' time, Zhuowen flashed past the 400 soldiers and turned them into lifeless corpses. Zhuowen's yellow spring water droplets had increased to more than 3,000. When the number of yellow spring water droplets reached 1,000, the eye of the yellow spring appeared. Now that the number of yellow spring water droplets has reached 3,000, no other ability has appeared. Perhaps the next ability will only appear when the number of yellow spring water droplets reaches 10,000. Zhuowen had been observing the process of the yellow spring water droplets increasing. He knew that if the yellow spring water droplets could form the eye of the yellow spring, there might be other abilities that would appear. However, Zhuowen was disappointed that the number of yellow spring water droplets had increased to 3,000, but the second ability still hadn't appeared. He guessed that the next ability would only appear when the number of yellow spring water droplets reached 10,000. You are Zhuowen? Where is Miss Tingqin from our lightning lineage? What did you do to her? Not far away, Lei Lin, who was entangled with the blood immortal, could not help but retreat. He looked at the 400 soldiers that had been killed, and his eyes were filled with gloom and anger. Of course, there was also a hint of shock. Why hasn't the Patriarch returned? I've already informed the Patriarch of the abnormalities here. He should be back by now. Leyland began to panic and couldn't help but think to himself. Zhuowen glanced at Chuanchen indifferently. He could tell that Chuanchen was trying to stall for time, so he waved his right hand and said to the blood immortal, "Continue attacking and kill this person as soon as possible." After receiving Zhuowen's order, the blood immortal seemed to have taken an aphrodisiac. She attacked Chuanchen with all her might. Blood lightning filled the sky. When Chuanchen saw Zhuowen's lightning wings, he became timid and didn't want to continue fighting. He was suppressed by the blood immortal. Just as Chuanchen was exhausted from running, Zhuowen's lightning wings unfolded and instantly swept behind Chuanchen. He pointed his right finger at the back of Chuanchen's head with lightning speed. There was almost no shadow of the finger. No, Chuanchen roared angrily. He wanted to struggle, but all the essence in his body was absorbed by Zhuowen's right finger. He finally turned into a shriveled corpse. The moment Zhuowen killed Leilin, an extremely ominous premonition arose in Zhuowen's heart. Shortly after, dark clouds filled the sky and a bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket struck down. Zhuowen didn't hesitate. He immediately commanded the first Yongdao sword and the 9th Yongdao sword to rush over. They transformed into two blazing suns in front of Zhuowen. Boom! The lightning bolt struck and immediately exploded into countless threads of lightning. Zhuowen groaned and retreated with the first Yongdao sword and the 9th Yongdao sword. His face was slightly pale, and his eyes were extremely cold. "Zhuowen, you bastard! How dare you kill all the soldiers of the Wind and Thunder family? You deserve to die." After the lightning bolt dissipated, Lei Qingtian's figure appeared 1,000 miles away. He followed closely behind Jiang Zuomei. However, at this moment, Jiang Zuomei didn't attack Lei Qingtian. Instead, she stared coldly at Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen had changed his appearance and even his aura to that of Feng Tianhan, Jiang Zuomei, and Lei Qingtian were both Earth Immortals. They naturally saw through Zhuowen's disguise and guessed Zhuowen's identity. "Blood Immortal, go." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand and immediately put the blood immortal into the spirit ring. Soon after, 3 pairs of lightning wings spread out. The void and explosive steps laws spread on the 3 pairs of lightning wings. In just an instant, Zhuowen disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. "Where do you think you're going?" Lei Qingtian was furious. He stepped on the void, and invisible ripples spread out from the soles of his feet. Then he disappeared from where he was and immediately teleported 1,000 miles away. Jiang Zuomei didn't say anything and just followed closely behind Lei Qingtian. Although the battle between him and Lei Qingtian was earth-shattering, both of them only wanted to take back their incomplete divine talisman origins. The key was Zhuowen. Previously, when Zhuowen was in the hands of the Wind and Thunder family, both of them didn't agree, so they fought. But now that Zhuowen had escaped from the imprisonment of the Wind and Thunder family, both of them immediately reached an agreement to capture Zhuowen. Not long after Zhuowen, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei left the Wind and Thunder city. Feng Ruji and Jiang Zhe also swept to the sky above the Wind and Thunder family. The soldiers of the Wind and Thunder family were so weak, they were actually all slaughtered by Zhuowen. Also, didn't you all capture Zhuowen? Why did such a blunder happen now? Jiang Zhe said with some displeasure. He had no enmity with Feng Ruji, and the battle was only because of Zhuowen. But now that Zhuowen had escaped, the two of them naturally had no reason to continue fighting. Feng Ruji took a deep breath, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, "This kid will die without a doubt." Jiang Zuomei, the patriarch of your ice and fire family, and Lei Qingtian, "The kid will die if he doesn't die." Now is not the time for us to care about Zhuowen. Shouldn't we persuade our ancestors to stop fighting? Speaking of this, Feng Ruji suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky thousands of miles away was almost torn apart, and countless black holes were sweeping out with terrifying winds of annihilation. Feng Lei Wuji, with his wind and thunder wings covering the sky, was still fighting with Jiang Binghan, who was standing on an ice and fire lotus. The battle between the two of them was reaching its climax. This terrifying scene could be clearly seen by more than a dozen prefectures in the vicinity. Countless cultivators and mansion masters came out of their houses and witnessed this scene. Their minds were greatly shaken. Speaking of this, Feng Ruji flipped his right hand and took out a communication jade charm. He told Feng Lei Wuji the cause and effect of what had happened, and reminded him of Zhuowen's escape. Jiang Zhe did the same and sent a message to Jiang Binghan. The content of his message was similar to Feng Ruji's. High in the sky, Jiang Binghan was standing on a giant ice and fire lotus with 9 petals. He said in a deep voice, "Old man Feng Lei, Zhuowen has already escaped. It's meaningless for us to continue fighting. Why don't we catch up with Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian and take down Zhuowen together?" Feng Lei Wuji's eyes were filled with anger. His face was filled with anger. Feng Ruji's message told him that besides Zhuowen's escape, all the soldiers of the Wind and Thunder family had been slaughtered. Hearing this news, Feng Lei Wuji almost coughed up blood. The 1,000 soldiers of the Wind and Thunder family could be said to be the true elites of the family. They were the mainstay of the family. All of them were powerful saints, and there was no lack of talented heavenly saints. Now, the mainstay of the Wind and Thunder family had actually been slaughtered. Feng Lei Wuji's heart was filled with monstrous anger. Qingtian has already passed. Even if that Zhuowen isn't simple, he's definitely a turtle in a jar. But you, Jiang Binghan, if it weren't for your ice and fire family aggressively coming to my Wind and Thunder family, if it weren't for you delaying this old man, the 1,000 soldiers of the Wind and Thunder family wouldn't have been annihilated. As Feng Lei Wuji said this, the wind and thunder wings on his back suddenly surged. The energy of wind and thunder mixed together like a storm shooting down from the sky. Jiang Binghan's face was ugly. He waved his sleeve and the giant ice and fire lotus floated in front of him. He shouted, "Old man Feng Lei, it's meaningless for us to continue fighting like this. Don't be so impulsive. At worst, my ice and fire family will compensate you for the losses of the wind and thunder family. Now, the main thing is to chase after Zhuowen." Jiang Binghan shouted. Feng Lei Wuji roared in anger. "Compensate? Do you know how difficult it is to raise 1,000 saints? Can your ice and fire family compensate me with 1,000 saints? Moreover, 1,000 saints who are proficient in array formations? Jiang Binghan's face was gloomy. It was naturally impossible for his ice and fire family to take out 1,000 saints. It had to be known that raising a saint required an enormous amount of resources. His ice and fire family really couldn't afford 1,000 saints. You're not talking? If you're not talking, does that mean you can't afford or aren't willing to compensate? Since that's the case, then let's fight. This old man will properly vent the anger in his heart today. And the target of my venting is you, Jiang Binghan. Having said that, Wu Ji of Wind and Thunder stomped his foot, and the wings of wind and thunder covered the sky, pressing down on Jiang Binghan. Jiang Binghan clenched his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. His cultivation was similar to Feng Lei Wuji's, and they both had saint talismans. Even if he was slightly stronger than Feng Lei Wuji because of the saint talisman, it would still be very difficult for him to defeat Feng Lei Wuji. Chapter 1682. Shatter Swamp. Jiang Binghan had no choice but to activate the power of the holy symbol of icy fire and ice lotus to continue fighting Feng Lei Wuji. Feng Ruji and Jiang's faces suddenly turned ugly. They did not expect Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan to fight so fiercely, especially Feng Lei Wuji, who was unwilling to give up. In Wind Thunder Prefecture, when the battle between the two celestial immortals reached its climax, 3 rainbows flashed past Wind Thunder Prefecture and passed through several counties. Jiang Zuomei stared at the fleeing figure of Zhua when 100 miles away and muttered in a low voice, by relying on the lightning wings, the laws of the void, and explosive steps, this kid's speed can actually catch up with our teleportation. We actually can't catch up to him. Lei Qingtian's eyes were gloomy. At this moment, Lei Qingtian was in an extremely bad mood. The Thunder Wings were the inheritance of their Thunder lineage. Back then, Wind Thunder Emperor took it away, but now, even the Thunder Disk was lost. What Lei Qingtian couldn't accept the most was that the lightning disk had been taken away by a junior from the Yang Sky Saint realm that was insignificant in his eyes, and he just couldn't catch up to this junior. This made Lei Qingtian feel extremely depressed. Whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them were simply too fast. Some of the county cities only felt a terrifying pressure sweep over. However, it only appeared for an instant before it rapidly disappeared into the distance. This caused the cultivators in the county cities who passed by to feel fear. They are indeed earthly immortals. They can teleport so casually. Zhuowen sensed that Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian had disappeared 1,000 miles away with a casual step. His eyes were full of fear. He knew very well that without the help of the Thunder Wings, his speed was far inferior to Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian. Even with the help of the Thunder Wings, the 2 earthly immortals could barely keep up with him. Moreover, the Thunder Wings consumed a lot of energy. Zhuowen knew very well that in his current state, he could not use the Thunder Wings endlessly. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. With Zhuowen's speed, he had already traversed most of the Wind Thunder Manor on the 3rd day of the chase. He had left the Wind Thunder Manor's territory. Now that half a month had passed, Zhuowen had even crossed the Green Lotus Mansion, Zhotan Mansion, and Precipice Mansion, which were close to the Wind Thunder Mansion. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei were also closely following Zhuowen. These 2 fellows, at this moment, Zhuowen's face was slightly pale. The 3 pairs of thunder wings on his back were originally 1,000 feet long, but now they were only 10 feet long. Zhuowen took out a jade bottle from his spirit ring and continuously poured the immortal pills in the bottle into his mouth. For half a month, maintaining the speed of teleportation had consumed too much of Zhuowen's energy. If not for the massive amount of immortal pills in the Azure Dragon Hall to replenish his energy, Zhuowen would not have been able to hold on for so long. Furthermore, in order to reduce his energy consumption, Zhuowen had shrunk his thunder wings to around 10 feet long. However, he did not reduce his speed. After all, if he did, the two behind him would probably catch up immediately. It was not just Zhuowen. Even Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, who were chasing from behind, were slightly pale. It was quite strenuous for the two of them to continuously teleport. However, compared to Zhuowen's tiredness, the two of them were in a much better state. This Zhuowen is only at the Yang Sky Saint stage. Even if he relies on many powerful external items and is much stronger than ordinary Yang Sky Saint stage experts, the Yang Sky Saint stage is still the Yang Sky Saint stage. How can this kid hold on for so long? Lei Qingtian's face was rather ugly. Jiang Zuomei's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said to Lei Qingtian in a deep voice, "Patriarch Lei, we can't continue like this. We have to catch up to this kid as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't work at all." Lei Qingtian said coldly, "I know even if you don't say it, this little bastard stole the treasure of my lightning lineage. I want to catch up to him even more than you do. However, the problem now is that this kid's speed isn't any slower than ours. How are we going to catch up to him? I have a secret technique here that can combine the power of two people and increase our speed by 1 level. I'll pass this secret technique to you. Secretly ponder over it and perform this technique with me." Jiang Zuomei said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Lei Qingtian's eyes lit up. He said, "Do you really have such a secret technique? If you do, quickly pass it to me now." Jiang Zuomei did not waste any time. He nodded and pointed with his right finger. A message turned into a ray of light and entered the depths of Lei Qingtian's sea of consciousness. Lei Qingtian pondered for a moment before he opened his eyes. Light flickered in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to have such a secret technique. This thing is of little value during normal times, but it's suitable for us now. Let's not waste any more time. Quickly perform this technique." Jiang Zuomei said. Lei Qingtian pondered for a moment and nodded. Both of them immediately formed a seal. Lei Qingtian's right hand struck out, while Jiang Zuomei's left hand struck out. Their hands collided, and a terrifying celestial core power burst out. The space around them collapsed, and they both disappeared. When the two of them reappeared, they were 80 miles behind Zhuowen. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei's speed has increased a lot. Zhuowen naturally noticed Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian, who were 80 miles behind him. His eyes were gloomy. Previously, they were still 100 miles behind him. Now, they were 80 miles behind him. This was too fast. Both of their hands are forming a strange seal. I'm afraid they used some kind of secret technique to forcefully increase their speed, Xiao He said cautiously. According to their current speed, I'm afraid they will soon catch up with me, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Xiao He nodded and said, "After all, they are Earth immortals. It's normal for them to have some tricks up their sleeves. Now, I think the only one who can help you is the first mountain god of the Azure Dragon Palace." Speaking of the first mountain god, Zhuowen revealed a bitter expression. He knew very well how terrifying the first mountain god was. When the first mountain god released the seal in the crack of the Nether Corpse impasse, even He Lao, an earth immortal from the prophet's family, could not break it. It could be seen that the first mountain god's strength was far more terrifying than an earth immortal. However, what made Zhuowen helpless was that the first mountain god was too mysterious. If the first mountain god did not want to appear, Zhuowen would not be able to find any trace of the first mountain god. Even if he stood in the third layer and called out, the first mountain god's name. The first mountain god would not have any reaction. I'm afraid that if I want to lure the first mountain god out, I need to at least comprehend the law of the fourth forbidden area in the 19th mountain. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. Although he said so, Zhuowen knew that the law of the fourth forbidden area was more complicated than the law of the third forbidden area. It would not be easy to comprehend it. Only 60 miles left. Zhuowen glanced behind him and said with an ugly expression. A black light swept out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and transformed into the appearance of Xiao He. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and looked seriously at Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei behind him. At the same time, it looked at the surrounding terrain and made up its mind. Boy, turn to the west and rush there as fast as you can. Although Zhuowen had doubts about Xiao He's words, he still did as he was told. He suddenly turned, and his speed soared to the extreme as he rushed toward the west. He's already starting to panic. Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian looked at each other coldly and proudly. They chased after Zhuowen relentlessly. The distance between them and Zhuowen was constantly closing. 50 miles, 40 miles, 30 miles, 20 miles, when Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian were only 10 miles away from Zhuowen, Jiang Zuomei suddenly frowned. He raised his head and looked to the west. A huge swamp appeared in front of him thousands of miles away. The swamp was huge, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Moreover, there was a strange gray fog rising from the swamp, which made the swamp appear hazy and mysterious. The Shattering Nightmare Swamp. Why did he come to this place? The end of the Shattering Nightmare Swamp is the most mysterious of the 6 perilous lands in the Middle Continent, the Shattering Nightmare Abyss. Jiang Zuomei could not help but exclaim softly. Lei Qingtian's eyes were cold as he said, "He's purposely leading us here. Does he want to perish together with the 2 of us? But that's just too laughable. Those below the Celestial Saint stage will definitely die here, but those above the Celestial Saint stage will still have a chance of survival." Where is this? Zhuowen was puzzled. He had not been in the Middle Continent for long, so he was not familiar with the Shattering Nightmare Swamp and the Shattering Nightmare Abyss. Xiao He's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He sighed and said, "This swamp is called the Shattering Nightmare Swamp. In the depths of the swamp is a huge abyss called the Shattering Nightmare Abyss. The Shattering Nightmare Abyss is one of the 6 perilous lands in the Middle Continent. Based on the current situation, you're destined to be caught by Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Instead of being captured without any resistance, it's better to enter this perilous land and struggle a little. However, once you enter this place, you must listen to everything I say. Otherwise, you'll suffer greatly." Looking at Xiao He's serious expression, Zhuowen nodded seriously. He could see the nostalgia in Xiao He's eyes when he looked at the Shattering Nightmare Abyss. He knew that Xiao He must have been to the Shattering Nightmare Abyss and the Shattering Nightmare Swamp before. Otherwise, he would not show such an expression. Don't stop. Enter the swamp. However, the gray qi around the swamp is extremely poisonous. You must close all the apertures on your body because the poisonous qi will not only enter through your nose, but also through your apertures, Xiao He said cautiously. Zhuowen nodded. He closed all the apertures on his body and entered the Shattering Nightmare Swamp without hesitation. This kid, he actually went in just like that. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei suddenly paused. They looked at each other, then locked onto Zhuowen's figure and entered the swamp together. Chapter 16, 83.4 symbols, Centipede Splash. The sound of Zhuowen diving into the water could be heard. The moment Zhuowen dived into the swamp, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei also entered the gray fog. This guy has entered the swamp. Does he want to die? Jiang Zuomei's pupils shrank and her face darkened. The The shattered annihilation swamp was the most dangerous place because there were many powerful creatures living in the swamp. Even an Earth immortal would find it difficult to enter. What are you afraid of? That kid has already entered the swamp. Why should we, two Earth immortals, be afraid? Lei Qingtian grumbled in dissatisfaction. Without hesitation, he dived into the swamp. Jiang Zuomei's gaze was gloomy as she followed closely behind. So many creatures. The auras of these creatures are not simple at all. The moment Zhuowen dived into the swamp, he scanned the surroundings with his mind and found many black shadows swimming around the swamp. They were extremely fast, and their auras were not weak. Whoosh! Suddenly, the black shadow closest to Zhuowen dashed toward Zhuowen like an arrow. It was so fast that even Zhuowen felt a little scared. Slaughtering finger of Acheron. Without hesitation, Zhuowen pointed his finger. Instantly, countless Acheron water droplets flew out and gathered in front of Zhuowen to form a yellow shield. Bang! The moment the yellow shield was formed, a strong force slammed into it. Zhuowen felt his right hand go numb and took a few steps back. His eyes were gloomy. Only now did he discover the true appearance of the attacking black shadow. This black shadow's appearance was extremely similar to a snake. It was several meters long, its entire body was green, and its body was flat. Its upper and lower jaws opened, instantly revealing a pair of fierce and sharp teeth. The snake's aura was extremely vast. It was probably not weaker than an ordinary quintessential Saint Realm saint. Just as Zhuowen was about to fight back, Xiaohe stopped him. This is a flat snake. It's a Saint Realm creature that lives in groups. Don't kill it. Once you do, it will be troublesome. Hearing this, Zhuowen immediately noticed that within 100 feet of this snake, there were many similar flat snakes that were all eyeing this snake covetously. However, perhaps it was because the flat snake in front of them had attacked Zhuowen first, so the densely packed flat snakes didn't attack together. However, if Zhuowen killed the flat snake, the numerous flat snakes around him would probably attack him one after another. With so many flat snakes, Zhuowen knew that he would not be able to deal with them. Leave it to me. As Xiaohe spoke, she appeared. A majestic pressure burst out from Xiaohe's body like a terrifying storm. It whistled, and the surrounding water turned into a terrifying whirlpool. When this pressure appeared, the eyes of the flat snake that attacked Zhuowen immediately revealed a frightened expression. It could not help but continuously retreat. The densely packed flat snakes that were 300 meters away from Zhuowen also revealed similar expressions. "Let's go," Xiaohe shouted. Zhuowen nodded and swung his legs. His speed suddenly soared to the extreme as he plunged into the depths of the swamp. "Where do you think you're going?" The moment Zhuowen plunged out, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei rushed over. Lei Qingtian roared angrily and followed closely behind Zhuowen. Hiss! The flat snake that was originally frightened by Xiaohe's aura suddenly spat out its tongue and plunged towards Lei Qingtian. "Get lost!" Lei Qingtian did not even look at the flat snake. With a wave of his sleeve, the flat snake exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Hiss! However, the moment this flat snake was killed, the countless flat snakes in the surrounding 300 meters suddenly let out sorrowful cries one after another. Then, like countless arrows that were shot out, they rustled and shot out. With so many flat snakes pouncing on them, a terrifying storm was set off in the water. The whirlpools contained a powerful strangling force. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei's pupils shrank at the same time. Immediately, they unleashed the power of an earthly immortal and annihilated the flat snakes that plunged towards them. However, there were too many flat snakes. Although these flat snakes couldn't do anything to the two of them, they were still able to completely block their path. When the surrounding flat snakes were completely annihilated by the two of them, it was already over 10 breaths later. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei were delayed and instantly lost track of Zhuowen. Cunning little brat. Let's search. Even if we have to search the entire Shattered Memories swamp, I will find him. Lei Qingtian's face was gloomy. He took a step forward and went deep into the swamp with Jiang Zuomei. Half a day later, in the deepest part of the Shattered Memories swamp, a black shadow slowly landed on the soft soil. For the time being, we have shaken off Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. However, with their abilities, it is only a matter of time before they find me in this swamp. Zhuowen said with a slight frown. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder. Suddenly, it looked at Zhuowen with shining eyes and said, Kid, do you want to play a big game? These two are earthly immortals. It will be much more difficult for you to get rid of them. The only way is to keep them in the Shattered Memories swamp. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He looked deeply at Xiao He and took a deep breath. How do you want to play? You seem to be very familiar with this place. It will be very difficult for me to keep two earthly immortals here. Of course, you don't have to do it yourself. We need to rely on the overlord of the Shattered Memories swamp. There are countless terrifying creatures in the Shattered Memories swamp. Naturally, there will be overlords. If I remember correctly, the overlord of the Shattered Memories swamp is a huge 4 symbols centipede. I have dealt with this 4 symbols centipede a long time ago, and I know its habits. As long as I lure it out, I don't believe that Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei will be able to stop it. The corners of Xiao He's mouth revealed a sinister smile when he spoke until this point. Immediately, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning and rushed forward. Zhuowen followed closely behind. After a while, Xiao He stopped in front of a huge group of reefs at the bottom of the swamp. The reefs covered an extremely large area spanning tens of thousands of miles. In the Shattered Memories swamp, which was only a few 100,000 miles wide, the area covered by these reefs was extremely large. If one were to look down at the group of reefs from above, one would see a huge centipede lying quietly in the middle of the group of reefs. The centipede had thousands of slender legs, and its carapace emitted a milky white luster. What was even more strange was that the head of the centipede was emitting an illusory mist. Within the mist, the images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared. This was the 4 symbols centipede that Xiao He mentioned. It was also the overlord of the Shattered Memories swamp. It was a terrifying existence that was slightly stronger than an earthly immortal. However, the 4 symbols centipede lying in the middle of the group of reefs was curled up as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. The 4 symbols centipede is inside. Brat, hide well. This Lord Dragon will go in first. If you don't have this Lord Dragon's instructions, it's best if you don't come out. Blackie cautiously said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded cautiously. He immediately found an extremely remote crevice in the reef and concealed his aura. Not long after, a terrifying tremor suddenly came from the entire Shattered Memories swamp. A strange sound wave spread out. The surface of the swamp was immediately set off by a huge wave. It rushed into the sky and then fell back down. Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian, who were searching for Zhuo when in the swamp, shuddered. They looked at each other with joy on their faces. They knew very well that the sudden roar from the swamp was probably caused by someone who had angered the owner of the roar. The two of them were obviously not the owner, so it could only be Zhuowen. Let's go. Follow the source of the sound, Jiang Zuomei said and disappeared from the spot with Lei Qingtian. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the huge group of reefs at the bottom. At this moment, the group of reefs had almost turned into ruins. In the middle of the reefs, a huge centipede was twisting its huge body and constantly hissing. Its voice was filled with anger. Although Zhuowen was also hiding in the group of reefs, it was fortunate that the reef where Zhuowen was hiding was in an extremely remote area. Therefore, he was not affected by the four symbols centipede's attack. This is the four symbols centipede. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei narrowed their eyes, and their expressions changed. Let's go. Without hesitation, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei stomped their feet and left the place as if they had teleported. However, the four symbols centipede, which was struggling painfully among the reefs, suddenly leaped up and broke out of the water, chasing after Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Feeling the strong wind behind them, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei could not help but curse in their hearts. They did not expect the four symbols centipede to chase after them without distinguishing between right and wrong. Although the two of them were fast, the four symbols centipede behind them was even faster. It suddenly broke through the air and stopped in front of Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The four-sided centipede hissed and spat out green venom from its mouth. The venom was filled with an unpleasant stench and had an extremely terrifying corrosive property. Lei Qingtian waved his sleeve and a thunderbolt surged out. It turned into a huge thunder dragon and swept toward the venom. However, the moment the thunder dragon came into contact with the venom, its head was corroded by the venom and only its body was left. However, the headless thunder dragon did not lose its momentum and continued to sweep toward the four symbols centipede. The four symbols centipede swung its tail and directly turned the headless lightning dragon into dust. Immediately after, the four symbols centipede roared, and the four symbols formed by the seven-colored fog above, its head seemed to come alive. They rushed out and took up positions in four different directions around Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. The four symbols formation of the four symbols centipede. Jiang Zuomei's face turned ugly. He clenched his right hand, and the ice and fire energy condensed into a thick ice-fire spear. He then threw the spear, and it flew out like a shuttle, slamming heavily on the four symbols array. Chapter 1684. Black Wind of Oblivion Rumble. In the sky above the four symbols array, the enormous four symbols centipede hissed and suddenly swooped down. Its enormous body was like a dark cloud that covered the heavens and the earth as it rapidly swept towards Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. This beast is still going strong. Lei Qingtian had a fiery temper. He was already annoyed by the four symbols formation. Now, the four symbols centipede was even more insatiable. It actually charged into the four symbols formation and attacked him. Lei Qingtian immediately exploded. Lei Qingtian flipped his right hand, and a 10-inch long ruler appeared in his palm. The surface of the ruler was covered with dense thunderbolts and countless electric arcs. It looked extremely strange. The earthly immortal's saint artifact, Thunderlight Ruler. Jiang Zuomei narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, when Lei Qingtian fought with him, he never took out the Thunderlight Ruler. Now that he encountered the four symbols centipede, he immediately took out the Thunderlight Ruler. It seemed like he was going to use his full strength. Brother Jiang, you don't have to waste time. If I'm not wrong, this four symbols centipede was probably lured out by Zhuowen. If you want to find Zhuowen, you must defeat or kill this four symbols centipede, Lei Qingtian said coldly. Hearing this, Jiang Zuomei laughed and said, Brother Lei, what are you talking about? Of course, I'm going to use my full strength. While speaking, Jiang Zuomei clenched his right hand, and a smooth and flawless round mirror appeared in his hand. The edges of the round mirror were surrounded by the energy of ice and fire. The energy of ice and fire were like two small snakes that constantly revolved around the round mirror. The earthly immortal's saint artifact, Ice-Fire Reincarnation Mirror. It seems like Brother Jiang is really well prepared for this trip to the Wind and Thunder clan, Lei Qingtian said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei's expression was normal as he said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's work together to break the four symbols formation and defeat the four symbols centipede." Lei Qingtian sneered and didn't say anything else. He held the Thunderlight ruler in his hand and soared into the sky. Suddenly, the surface of the Thunderlight ruler erupted with endless terrifying lightning. Every thunderbolt from the Thunderlight ruler was enough to kill a half-immortal. With so many thunderbolts intertwined together, even an Earth immortal would have to retreat. Not to be outdone, Jiang Zuomei flipped her right hand and aimed the mirror at the four symbols centipede. Instantly, the four symbols centipede's figure was reflected in the mirror. When the shadow of the four symbols centipede appeared on the surface of the mirror, the two energies of ice and fire circling around the edges of the mirror were like two agile pythons, instantly entangling the four symbols centipede. What happened to the mirror immediately happened to the real four symbols centipede. Two huge ice and fire pythons had appeared around the four symbols centipede at some point in time. They tightly bound the four symbols centipede, preventing it from moving at all. The instant the four symbols centipede was restrained by the ice and fire python, Lei Qingtian's eyes burst with light as he threw the Thunderlight ruler with his right hand. The Thunderlight ruler, which was covered with terrifying lightning, instantly shot out like an arrow and heavily smashed onto the four symbols centipede. Crackle! In just an instant, firecracker-like sounds resounded around the four symbols centipede. Terrifying lightning continuously exploded around the four symbols centipede. The four symbols centipede's carapace was extremely tough, but the Thunderlight ruler was no ordinary object. The power that it unleashed was extremely terrifying. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the four symbols centipede's carapace. Awoo! The four elements centipede roared angrily as it struggled with all its might. Unfortunately, the two ice and fire pythons had tightly bound it. No matter how hard the four elements centipede struggled, it could not break free from the ice and fire python's shackles. At this moment, the lightning that erupted from the Thunderlight ruler instantly multiplied under Lei Qingtian's hand seals. The four symbols centipede's carapace finally shattered into countless pieces, and the four symbols centipede let out an earth-shattering roar. At this moment, the four symbols centipede's fury had almost reached its peak. The sound waves produced by its roar formed an extremely terrifying shockwave. In an instant, the fragmentary weeds swamp, which spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, surged with terrifying waves. The countless living beings in the fragmentary ruin swamp all felt fear and scattered in a panic. The four symbols that were formed by the four symbols formation that surrounded Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei roared furiously and self-destructed. Boom, boom, boom. The self-destruction of the four symbols formation was too terrifying. The entire sky shook, and the vast gray fog that permeated the fragmentary weeds swamp was blown away. A huge whirlpool was formed in the middle of the swamp. Within the whirlpool, there were many native creatures of the swamp. Due to this terrifying whirlpool, they were directly torn to pieces. The reefs in the depths of the swamp were also affected. Zhuowen immediately spread his thunder wings and left the range of the whirlpool. He leaped out of the swamp's water surface. At this moment, In the sky above the swamp, the terrifying energy produced by the self-destruction of the four symbols formation swept over. Zhuowen was in awe as he looked at it. Such a terrifying explosion. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei will be severely injured even if they don't die. Zhuowen murmured. At the same time, Xiaohe leaped onto Zhuowen's shoulder from somewhere. He clapped his claws like an old man and laughed. Look, there's nothing that I can't accomplish. Zhuowen gave him a thumbs up. He was not stingy with his praise. Xiaohe had done well in this matter. He had used the four symbols centipede to deal with Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Boom! Suddenly, the exploding energy ball collapsed, and terrifying lightning, ice, and fire energy burst out, finally turning into two extremely wretched figures. They were Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Among them, Lei Qingtian was much more miserable than Jiang Zuomei. His clothes were ragged, his left hand was broken at the shoulder, and his right hand was blown to the point where the bones were exposed. Jiang Zuomei was much better than Lei Qingtian. However, her hands and legs were also blown to the point where the bones inside could be vaguely seen. Although it should be easy for an earthly immortal to recover from his injuries, Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian's injuries were not ordinary injuries. They were caused by the explosion of the four symbols centipedes, four symbols. It would not be possible to recover from such injuries in a day or two. It would take a long time to recuperate. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian looked rather dispirited. Their auras were also extremely unstable. The self-destruction of the four symbols centipede had caused them serious injuries. You're indeed earthly immortals. You didn't die from the explosion of the four symbols centipede. Xiaohe squinted his eyes and said in surprise, "Little bastard, you're the one who started this, right? If I don't kill you today, I'm not a man." Lei Qingtian immediately noticed Zhuowen on the surface of the swamp. His eyes were spitting fire, and his hatred was monstrous. He did not care about recovering from his injuries and rushed towards Zhuowen like a crazy calf. Not only Lei Qingtian, but even the rather calm Jiang Zuomei was also filled with anger. He also knew that he had been tricked by Zhuowen. At this moment, he had also lost his mind and followed behind Lei Qingtian. These two guys have already suffered such serious injuries, but they still haven't given up on killing you. Kid, leave the shattered smelt swamp and fly towards the shattered smelt abyss. Today, I'll let you have a taste of killing an immortal, Xiaohe said with a frosty look in his eyes. Zhuowen nodded. With a kick of his right foot, the thunder wings unfolded. The void and explosion steps rule combined. Like a wisp of green smoke, he flew towards the shattered smelt abyss. Although Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei had used the secret technique again, due to their serious injuries, their teleportation speed had decreased. Even if they joined forces, they could only keep up with Zhuowen's speed. Seeing this, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, his eyes were filled with madness. From Xiaohe's actions, it could be seen that Xiaohe was very familiar with the shattered smelt abyss. Perhaps with Xiaohe's help, he could really kill an immortal. Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian were the mainstays of the Wind and Thunder clan and the Ice and Fire clan, respectively. If they were killed, it would probably be a heavy blow to the Wind and Thunder clan and the Ice and Fire clan. Lei Qingtian, Jiang Zuomei, since the two of you insist on killing me, don't blame me for killing an immortal, Zhuowen muttered to himself. Swoosh, swoosh. The three of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they flew out of the shattered smelt swamp and slowly approached the shattered smelt abyss. Is he going to the shattered smelt abyss? Jiang Zuomei, who had lost his mind, gradually recovered. He frowned slightly and reminded Lei Qingtian, who was beside him. Lei Qingtian's eyes were red. Without turning his head, he said, "Brother Jiang, if you are afraid, you can leave by yourself. If I, Lei Qingtian, don't catch up with Zhuowen today, I will not be worthy of being the Lightning Clan's patriarch." At this moment, Jiang Zuomei's heart was in a dilemma. He knew that the shattered smelt abyss was extremely dangerous, but he was worried that Lei Qingtian would catch up with Zhuowen and take him down. At that time, he would not have the chance to obtain the last trace of the ice and fire saint symbol's origin. Let's go all out. I don't believe that this kid dares to enter the shattered smelt abyss. Even if he does, he will definitely die. Once he dies, the ice and thunder saint symbol's origin in his body will fly away. At that time, I only need to snatch the ice and fire saint symbol's origin that flies away. Thinking of this, Jiang Zuomei's heart suddenly became clear. He also dispelled the idea of giving up on chasing after Zhuowen. The shattered smelt abyss was located hundreds of thousands of miles away from the shattered smelt swamp. There was a huge abyss there. The abyss was like a ravine that split the earth. It was bottomless and pitch black. Moreover, the darkness was so deep that it was terrifying. On the surface of the abyss, there was an extremely strange black wind. The black wind was very short and small, like black wind blades. Wherever the black wind passed, it could shatter the space and create extremely dense, small black holes. The black wind was the most famous trap in the shattered smelt abyss. The black wind was called the Annihilation Black Wind. It was said that it could devour all energy. Chapter 1685. Sword Slave the Black Wind of Annihilation was extremely terrifying. It could devour everything in the world, no matter what it was. Warriors below the celestial saint realm would not be able to last long in this place. They would be destroyed by the black wind of annihilation that covered the sky above the abyss. Therefore, this wind was infamous in the central region. At the edge of the abyss, Zhuowen suddenly came to a halt. He looked down at the countless black winds of annihilation above the abyss with a grave expression. He could feel that the destructive power contained in the black winds of annihilation was extremely terrifying. This feeling was very strong. It was as if he would be smashed into pieces as soon as he entered this place. This is the black wind of annihilation. Boy, take out the Azure Dragon Palace and break through this black wind of annihilation. Xiaohe said in a deep voice. At this moment, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, who were chasing from behind, looked at Zhuowen, who had stopped at the edge of the abyss. Their faces were filled with mockery. "Little bastard, with your cultivation base. You'll definitely die the moment you come into contact with the Oblivion Black Wind. I advise you to get your ass over here, right now. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead," Lei Qingtian said coldly. Zhuowen glanced coldly at Lei Qingtian. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out the Azure Dragon Palace. The magnificent palace appeared in the sky above the abyss. An ancient and terrifying aura flowed out and pressed down. It was as if it was not a palace, but a mountain that could crush the world. The moment the Azure Dragon Palace was taken out, Zhuowen stepped into the palace. Immediately after, he formed a seal with both hands. The Azure Dragon Palace sank into the abyss as if it was free falling. Swoosh, swoosh. The moment the Azure Dragon Palace sank into the abyss, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei also rushed to the edge of the abyss and stared blankly at the falling Azure Dragon Palace. Wherever the Azure Dragon Hall passed, the black wind of annihilation would come crashing down. However, what made Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei dumbfounded was that the black wind of annihilation that even earthly immortals like them did not dare to casually touch was actually unable to devour the Azure Dragon Hall. Although the falling speed of the Azure Dragon Hall was rather slow due to the obstruction of the Annihilation Black Wind, it was still falling. Moreover, the Azure Dragon Hall did not show any signs of damage. What level of saint artifact is this palace? The Black Wind of Annihilation couldn't do any harm to it. Jiang Zuomei's pupils shrunk. The Obliteration Black Wind was extremely terrifying. Even if it was an earthly immortal saint artifact, if it stayed within the Obliteration Black Wind for too long, then it would suffer extremely heavy damage. But this hall was actually completely unharmed, and it was truly inconceivable. This palace is at least a heavenly, immortal sacred artifact. Moreover, it might even be a true immortal sacred artifact. Even the Oblivion Black Wind could not damage it. It is absolutely impossible for it to be an earthly, immortal sacred artifact. Lei Qingtian was silent for a moment. His eyes were suddenly filled with passion as he spat out these words. Jiang Zuomei's body trembled as a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect this kid to have so many secrets. Not only does he have the origins of the Ice Flame Saint symbol and the Wind Lightning Saint symbol, but he also has this extraordinary hall. Jiang Zuomei, you don't have to beat around the bush. How can I not know the purpose of your words? Any one of us has a slim chance of breaking through the Obliteration Black Wind. But if you and I join forces, then breaking through the Obliteration Black Wind will become much easier," Lei Qingtian said in a deep voice. Jiang Zuomei smiled and said, "Brother Lei, you really have sharp eyes. You can see through my thoughts with just a glance. This is indeed the only way now. This kid has too many secrets. Once he grows up, it won't be good for either of us. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Of course, my lightning ruler and Brother Zhang's ice and fire reincarnation mirror should be able to barely break through the Obliteration Black Wind," Lei Qingtian said as he waved his sleeve. The lightning ruler that was covered with lightning appeared in his hand. Jiang Zuomei did not waste any time and took out the ice and fire reincarnation mirror. The two of them combined the lightning ruler and the ice and fire reincarnation mirror. Immediately, lightning, ice, and fire energy burst out violently. Then, the two of them slowly fell into the shattered nightmare abyss. Time passed slowly. When Zhuowen, Jiang Zuomei, and Lei Qingtian broke through the Obliteration Black Wind and entered the shattered nightmare abyss, the battle between Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan also ended a month later. The two celestial immortals held two saint talismans and fought in the territory of Wind Thunder Prefecture for a whole month. The vast territory of Wind Thunder Prefecture had become the main battlefield of the two celestial immortals. After a month of fighting, many counties in Wind Thunder Prefecture were hit by unexpected disasters. There were countless casualties, and the people were in a terrible situation. In the end, both Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan suffered great losses. After the battle, the two celestial immortals returned to their respective clans to cultivate in seclusion. This time, the one who suffered the most in the battle between the two clans was actually the Wind Thunder clan. The Wind Thunder City, where the Wind Thunder clan resided, had been destroyed. The 1,000 soldiers of the clan were all killed, and the Wind Thunder Manor had been reduced to ruins. It could be said that the Wind Thunder clan had suffered a great loss this time. The battle between the two clans was a major event in the central region. It could be said that in a very short time, the news spread throughout the central region and became a rumor passed down by word of mouth. The reason for the battle between the two clans was related to a young man named Zhuowen. It was said that Zhuowen came from the four great domains. However, he actually had a part of the ice and fire saint talisman and a part of the origin of the Wind Thunder Saint talisman. It was because of this that he became the fuse that led to the conflict between the two clans. Thus, Zhuo Wen's name spread throughout the Central Plains in a short period of time. Moreover, it was unknown who spread the news that the patriarch of the Ice and Fire clan, Jiang Zhuomei, and the patriarch of the Lightning branch of the Wind and Thunder clan, Lei Qingtian, had chased Zhuo all the way and forced him into one of the 6 great danger zones of the Central region, the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. It was unknown whether Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zhuomei were still alive in the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. On this day, at the edge of the Shattered Nightmare Abyss, a slender figure with a long sword on his back stood quietly. The wind whistled in his face, and his hair and robes fluttered in the wind. He stood there like a peerless sword. The figure wore a ghost mask, and the eyes revealed by the mask contained an extremely sharp sword chi. It was as if the sword chi would crush anything that came into contact with the eyes. The aura of the ghost mask in front of him was completely different from that of the ghost mask Zhuo and Lei Tingqin. It was obvious that the ghost mask in front of him was not the same person. The person glanced at the Shattered Nightmare Abyss, and with a clench of his right hand, he suddenly pulled out the long sword on his back. Immediately, a sharp sword radiance erupted from the blade. The person took a step forward and directly jumped into the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. The moment he jumped into the abyss, the black wind of the Shattered Nightmare Abyss gathered towards him like maggots in a tarsal bone, wanting to crush him completely. Clang, clang, clang. The person was extremely impressive. The long sword in his hand instantly slashed out, and a burst of sword chi immediately burst forth. Moreover, the burst of sword chi actually accurately fell on the black wind of the Shattered Nightmare Abyss that was sweeping over from the surroundings. The sword chi was extremely sharp, and it neutralized the black wind of the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. The person slashed out again and again with sword chi all over his body. Although the black wind of the Shattered Nightmare Abyss above the abyss was terrifying, the person was able to accurately capture it and neutralize it with sword chi. There was no doubt that the person's talent in the way of the sword had reached an extremely terrifying level. The strength of each slash was extremely precise, and it was able to neutralize the energy of the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of sword chi colliding with the black wind of the Shattered Nightmare Abyss constantly resounded. The person was unstoppable, and like a long rainbow, he directly disappeared above the abyss. Yan Tianwei was still sitting on the futon in the sacrificial tower of the prophet's family. He faced the sacrificial altar in front of him, and his body exuded a quiet and peaceful aura. Goddess, that Zhuo actually entered the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. The man with the ghost mask slowly walked out from the shadows. He stared at the goddess, and his voice was solemn and low. This person is a variable. I knew it from the beginning. I originally wanted to use the Wind and Thunder clan and Ice Fire clan to get rid of him, but I didn't expect a variable to appear in the end. Yan Tianwei sighed softly. The eyes of the man with the ghost mask flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "Goddess, don't worry. I've already arranged for the sword slave to enter the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. I believe that with the sword slave's strength, that Zhuo will definitely die, and he will also bring back the origin of the Wind and Thunder Holy Talismans and Ice Fire Holy Talismans." Yan Tianwei frowned slightly. Her right thumb quickly tapped the other 4 fingers, but in the end, she snorted and said, "I still can't figure out what's going on with this Zhuo. His cultivation hasn't even reached the true immortal realm, but I can't figure out his past and future. It's really strange." "Goddess, don't worry. Why are you still worried about the sword slave's strength? He possesses the extremely rare physique of a sword cultivator, and he's a peerless genius that cultivates the sword. With your help, His cultivation has already attained the peak of the earthly immortal realm, but his combat strength might not even be able to defeat a heavenly immortal, said the man with the ghost mask. Yen Tianwei pondered deeply for a moment, and then she shook her head and said, I naturally believe in the sword slave's strength, but Zhuowen has too many variables. I'm afraid other unexpected events might occur. The man with the ghost mask didn't mind at all and said, even if he's a variable, it's absolutely impossible for him to survive the pursuit of the sword slave. Goddess, you don't have to worry too much about it. We should be concerned about the Wind and Thunder clans and Ice Fire clans now. We've been planning for so long, and we've finally made the two clans go to war. Moreover, Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan have both suffered heavy losses in the end. This is the best opportunity to seize the Saint Talismans. The goddess nodded and said, Indeed. However, Feng Lei Wuji's injuries should be more serious. Moreover, the Wind and Thunder clan has suffered heavy losses this time, so their vigilance is extremely lax. Go seize the Wind and Thunder Saint Talismans first. The seclusion grounds of Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan are extremely secretive and remote. However, I was able to divine them out. Go to these two places. These two places are where Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan are secluding themselves. Chapter 16, 86. Twisting Thorn Saint Talisman, the masked man, took the jade slip. After checking it for a while, a cold smile appeared on his face. He said in a low voice, Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan are both seriously injured. Their cultivation base has also dropped. Now that we know where they are cultivating in seclusion, our chances of obtaining the Saint Talisman are not small. After all, these two are old monsters who have lived for many years. You can't let your guard down. We must obtain the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman and the Ice Fire Saint Talisman, Yen Tianwei said in a low voice. The masked man nodded. He took a step in the air and disappeared from Yen Tianwei's sight. Wind Thunder City was filled with a decadent atmosphere. As the patriarch of the Wind branch of the Wind Thunder clan, Feng Ruji was constantly dispatching his clansmen to rebuild Wind Thunder City. At this moment, in an extremely secluded courtyard of the Wind Thunder clan, there was an insignificant small temple. In this small temple sat an ordinary statue. A ghostly figure silently arrived in front of the small temple. This person wore a ghost mask and stared indifferently at the small temple in front of him. He murmured in a low voice, such an ordinary small temple is actually the place where Feng Lei Wuji is cultivating in seclusion. If it wasn't for the goddess's guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't have suspected this small temple. The devil-masked man's eyes revealed a pensive look. He was very clear that the Wind and Thunder had created a space within this small temple. If he wanted to enter this small temple, he would have to use a special hand seal to open the small space inside. As for the method to open the small temple, Goddess Yen Tianwei had naturally divined it with her great ability. At this moment, the 5 fingers of the devil-masked man's right hand quickly pointed out. Suddenly, a blood-red array pattern appeared on his fingertips. He quietly inserted the array pattern into the statue in the temple. Immediately, a gray vortex appeared between the statue's eyebrows. The devil-masked man quickly disappeared into the vortex. This was a gray world. Other than the gray color, there was only a gray lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the center of the lake was an island that was hundreds of meters wide. On the island stood a pavilion. At this moment, inside the pavilion, a middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at the man in the devil mask and coldly asked, "Who are you?" The masked man sneered, "Wind and Thunder inanimate. I came here today for the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol on your body. Give it to me, or you won't be able to keep your life." Feng Lei Wuji's complexion was gloomy, but there was a ball of fire burning in his heart. He was already unhappy with the battle with Jiang Binghan. Now, there was actually someone who dared to ask for the Wind Thunder Saint symbol in front of him. At this moment, Feng Lei Wuji's body was filled with killing intent. Die! In an instant, Feng Lei Wuji took out the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he appeared behind the masked man. His right claw reached out, aiming for the masked man's vital point. The man with the ghost face mask sneered. Suddenly, a terrifying black vortex appeared behind him. This vortex was like a black hole. It had an extremely terrifying suction force. The right claw of the Wind and Lightning Wuji was directly sucked into it. Puchi, Feng Lei Wuji's pupils shrank. He wanted to withdraw his right hand, but it was too late. The black cyclone suddenly closed and crushed his right hand. Deng, 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 deng. Feng Lei Wuji quickly retreated. His pupils shrank as he stared at the masked man in front of him. He stared at the black cyclone behind the masked man and asked in shock and anger, "Who are you?" "Feng Lei Wuji, you have been seriously injured in the battle with Jiang Binghan. Even your cultivation has fallen to the peak of the earth immortal realm. Even if you rely on this broken Wind and Thunder Saint symbol, how much strength can you display? Today, you are destined to die." The masked man laughed wildly. Countless black cyclones erupted under his feet. His speed was even faster than teleportation. Feng Lei Wuji's face was filled with fear. He retreated again and again. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands, planning to leave this place. But soon his face turned ugly. This small world he created was shrouded in strange black cyclones. The exit was blocked by the black cyclones, and he couldn't teleport out. "You can't get out. You are really pitiful. As the ancestor of the Wind and Thunder family and a peerless expert of the heavenly immortal realm, you have fallen to such a state. Perhaps you don't know that you are being used as a tool?" The masked man walked over step by step. His tone was full of arrogance, but there was also a trace of pity. Feng Lei Wuji's eyes flashed. He suddenly recalled the ins and outs of everything. His heart turned cold. The timing of the Ice-Fire family coming to the Wind and Thunder family was too coincidental. What was more coincidental was that Zhuowen had both the Ice-Fire Saint symbol and the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol. This coincidence caused Feng Lei Wuji to instantly feel that something was wrong. "You arranged this?" Feng Lei Wuji took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Old man, your reaction isn't slow. You figured it out so quickly, but there is no reward." As he spoke, the masked man jumped up. Suddenly, the black cyclones that covered the entire small world shrank toward the center. In an instant, the entire small world was wrapped in the black cyclones, falling into a pitch-black darkness. Feeling the endless darkness around him, Feng Lei Wuji's face turned pale. The masked man's aura was terrifying. He had probably reached the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. Even if Feng Lei Wuji wasn't injured, he might not be a match for this masked man. Wuji Feng Lei angrily roared out, struggling with all his might. But in that deep darkness, his roar seemed insignificant, and insignificant outside a quiet small temple. A slender figure slowly walked out of the gray vortex. This person wore a mask. He looked at the statue in the small temple and murmured, "The Wind and Thunder Saint talisman is in my hands. It's time to go to the Ice-Fire clan." The Ice-Fire clan security was much stricter than the Wind and Thunder clans. In the Ice-Fire clan's life tablet pavilion, there was a very solemn life tablet pavilion. On the front of the life tablet were the words Jiang Binghan. This was the life tablet of the Icefire clan's ancestor, Jiang Binghan. A black cyclone appeared in the life tablet pavilion. Then, the masked man stepped out. He stared at the life tablet pavilion with cold eyes and said, "This Jiang Binghan is even more ruthless. He actually built his seclusion in his own life tablet. If it wasn't for the goddess, I wouldn't have been able to find this place." After speaking, the devil-masked man flicked his right hand, and a thumb-sized black vortex appeared on the highest-level life tablet. Soon after, he took a step forward and entered the black vortex on the life tablet. This was a world full of ice and fire. In the center of this world, there was a mountain that pierced the sky. The lower half of the mountain was burning, while the upper half was frozen. At the top of the mountain was an ice-fire palace. The man with the devil face mask laughed and waved his sleeve. Dense cyclones enveloped the world. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a cyclone shot out, sinking into the ice and fire palace. Boom! The ice-fire palace exploded. The ice-fire Saint Talisman above Jiang Binghan's head flew out. He stared coldly at the masked man in front of him. "It seems that Brother Jiang has the upper hand in the battle with Feng Lei Wuji. Your injuries are lighter than Feng Lei Wuji's," the masked man said with a strange smile. Jiang Binghan frowned and said coldly, "You went to Feng Lei Wuji's side? You were sent by Feng Lei Wuji?" The masked man smiled faintly and said, "Feng Lei Wuji has no right to order me around. I'm here to seize the Saint Talisman. I just took it from Feng Lei Wuji. Now, Brother Jiang, hand over the Icefire Saint Talisman." "You killed Feng Lei Wuji?" Jiang Binghan's pupils shrank as he said with fear, "Ha ha, what do you think? But it seems that Brother Jiang doesn't intend to hand over the Saint Talisman. Then, I have no choice but to take it by force." As he said that, the masked man stepped on the void with his right foot. A black cyclone condensed on his right foot. Then, his speed surpassed teleportation, and he appeared behind Jiang Binghan. Jiang Binghan was not an ordinary person. With a roar, he took out the Icefire Saint Talisman, and an Icefire Lotus burst out. Bang! 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 The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle in the Icefire world. The aftermath of the battle shook the entire miniature world, as if it could collapse at any time. The battle between the two became more and more intense. The miniature world began to collapse. Cracks appeared on the surface of the life tablet pavilion that represented Jiang Binghan. The Icefire Saint Talisman is indeed worthy of its name. Although it is not complete, it can still exert such a powerful force. But this is the end. The masked man laughed and pointed at his forehead with his right hand. Suddenly, a pitch-black talisman floated above his Tianling acupoint. The talisman was pitch-black and faintly emitted a mysterious purple aura. The moment the talisman appeared, the black cyclones that covered the entire miniature world began to boil. Then, under the effect of the talisman, they gathered together and formed a huge black cyclone in the sky. The black cyclone was like a black hole. Its power was too terrifying. Just by floating in the sky, it could shatter the void into nothingness. The Revolving Thorn Saint Talisman, your old ghost situ from the Revolving Thorn clan, Jiang Binghan exclaimed with a gloomy face. The man with the devil mask laughed and said, "Are you talking about Situ Wuyang? That old guy died a long time ago. It's just that you don't know. This Saint Talisman has been in my possession for thousands of years." After speaking, the masked man did not waste any more time. He pressed his right hand down, and the terrifying black cyclone fell. Its momentum was too terrifying. It was as if the sky was falling down from the cyclone. Jiang Binghan roared and exerted all his strength to activate the Icefire Saint Talisman. The ice-fire lotus in the sky grew larger and more terrifying as it faced the black cyclone. Chapter 1687. The Six Perilous Lands. Your ice-fire holy symbol is not complete, but my spiral stab holy symbol is complete. You are injured, and your strength has been greatly reduced. How can you fight against me? The man with the ghost mask sneered and pressed his right hand down again. Instantly, the huge black cyclone completely swallowed the fire and ice lotus and Jiang Binghan. The masked man waved his sleeve, and the huge black cyclone began to shrink. Finally, it turned into a cyclone the size of a thumb and fell on the masked man's fingertip. The two holy symbols have finally been collected. As he spoke, the masked man pointed his finger, and the thumb-sized black cyclone spat out an icy blue and fire-red symbol. Looking at the ice-fire holy symbol in front of him, the masked man smiled brightly and could not help laughing. Even he didn't expect that the Wind-Lightning Saint Talisman and Ice-Fire Saint Talisman would be obtained so easily. This was really beyond his expectations. Now, all that's left is for the sword slave to bring back the lightning element of the wind-thunder holy symbol and a trace of the ice-fire holy symbol. The masked man said and disappeared from the small world. In the Ice-Fire family's life tablet pavilion, the life tablet that represented Jiang Binghan had been completely shattered. The Ice-Fire family was in complete chaos at this moment. The shattering of Jiang Binghan's life tablet had almost caused the entire family to panic. Although the family head, Jiang Zuomei, was not in the Ice-Fire family, the great elder, Jiang Zhe, was still there. He forcefully suppressed the chaos in the Ice-Fire family, but even using forceful means could not disperse the panic in the hearts of the Ice-Fire family members. In order to prevent the Ice-Fire family from collapsing due to panic, Jiang Zhe had forcefully concealed the shattering of Jiang Binghan's life tablet. He had barely managed to stop the panic in the Ice-Fire family. However, Jiang Zhe's heart was filled with bitterness and gloom. Although he had suppressed the matter, he knew that Jiang Binghan's life tablet had indeed shattered. In other words, Jiang Binghan had died. How could the ancestor have died? What the hell is going on? Jiang Zhe stood in the life tablet pavilion and looked at the life tablet at the top. His eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Jiang Binghan's place of seclusion was very mysterious. Even as the great elder, he was not qualified to know. Therefore, when something had happened to Jiang Binghan, he did not know where to go to find Jiang Binghan's place of seclusion. In the pitch-black abyss, a large hall was falling rapidly. The surroundings of the large hall were filled with dense and terrifying annihilation black wind. Rumble! Suddenly, the large hall fell to the ground, causing the entire hall to shake. The black wind of annihilation also dissipated the moment the large hall fell to the ground. The hall's ice-fire. Zhuowen looked around and found that the bottom of the shattered nightmare abyss was still pitch black, and even his consciousness couldn't radiate more than 100 meters. It could be said that the darkness here could be called true darkness. Was. Zhuowen flicked his finger and released 1,000 yellow spring water droplets. The yellow spring water droplets transformed into the yellow spring eye floating above his shoulder. The yellow spring was formed by the 9 underworlds of the underworld, and the underworld was the darkest existence in the world. Therefore, the yellow spring eye formed by the yellow spring could naturally see through the darkness. The eye of the underworld's vision was filled with the color of blood. After all, the eye of the underworld was mainly used to distinguish the bloody light of sin. As such, its vision was very different from ordinary eyes. However, even though its vision was blood-red, Zhuowen was still able to see the surrounding scene clearly. Zhuowen was standing on a ring-shaped, rocky ground. The surrounding rocks were rugged and steep. Above him, there was a dense black wind of dissipating destruction. These black wind of dissipating destruction were like wind blades, gathering layer by layer. That is, Zhuo-Wen looked up with the eye of the Yellow Springs, and his eyes immediately became serious. Through the eye of the Yellow Springs, Zhuo-Wen could see two figures rapidly falling from the black wind of annihilation several thousand meters above. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Zhuo-Wen's face was gloomy. He did not expect that the two of them would follow him into the shattered abyss. Kid, enter the passage ahead. Since the two of them still refuse to give up, they can't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao He appeared and pointed at the passage ahead with its little claw. Then it turned into a black light and disappeared into the passage. Zhuo-Wen kept the Azure Dragon Palace and followed closely behind Xiao He. Not long after Zhuo-Wen entered the passage, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei suddenly fell to the bottom. Crack! The moment the two of them reached the bottom, the lightning ruler in Lei Qingtian's hand and the ice and fire reincarnation mirror in Jiang Zuomei's hand buzzed and completely shattered. The black wind of dissipating destruction is really terrifying. If you and I didn't work together, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it to the bottom. Moreover, in order to reach the bottom, both of our earthly immortal saint artifacts were damaged. Looking at the completely shattered ice and fire reincarnation mirror, Jiang Zuomei sighed softly with a trace of pain in her eyes. At least we can capture Zhuo-Wen. These losses are worth it, Lei Qingtian said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei nodded and immediately looked around. After all, the two of them were earthly immortals. Naturally, their perception was much stronger than Zhuo-Wen's. Soon, they found the passage ahead. The two of them looked at each other and turned into two long rainbows and plunged into the passage. A few days after Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei left, a fierce figure carrying a long sword on his back rapidly fell to the bottom. The person looked around and stepped into the passage without hesitation. The passage was quite long. Zhuo-Wen went through it at his fastest speed, but it still took him a few days to reach the end of the passage. The moment Zhuo-Wen walked out of the passageway, he was stunned. Outside the passageway, there was an incomparably huge void. There was no distinction between heaven and earth in this void. Whether it was the sky or the earth, it was all boundless darkness. It was like the universe in his previous life. In this huge void, there were huge rock fragments. These rock fragments were of different sizes. The big ones were hundreds of thousands of feet tall, like a continent. The small ones were only a few feet tall, only enough for one or two people to stand on. Countless rock fragments floated in the void, looking extremely spectacular. What are these? Is this the interior of the shattered nightmare abyss? Zhuo-Wen looked at the scene in shock. Kid, go to the west. I'll tell you about the shattered nightmare abyss on the way. Xiao He said, and turned into a black light, plunging toward the west. Zhuo-Wen followed closely behind. Soon, Zhuo-Wen stepped on the nearest rock fragment. It was not big, only about a few hundred feet. But the moment Zhuo-Wen stepped on it, an unconcealable aura of vicissitudes hit him in the face. It made Zhuo-Wen feel extremely small. Moreover, the gravity of this rock fragment was extremely strong. The moment Zhuo-Wen stepped on it, he felt a little unsteady. Fortunately, he reacted in time and did not make a mistake. This rock fragment, Zhuo-Wen looked at Xiao He. At this moment, he sharply noticed that Xiao He's eyes contained a trace of sadness. This rock fragment is from the main battlefield 10,000 years ago. You've just entered the Central Plains, so you don't know much about the 6 danger zones of the Central Plains, right? The 6 danger zones are the 4 main battlefields, the Nether Corpse Extremis and the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. The 4 main battlefields are located at the edge of the Central Plains. The Nethercorps Extremis is a sealed space. Only through the 4 main battlefields can one enter the Nethercorps Extremis. Only the Shattered Nightmare Abyss is located in the Central Plains, Xiao He said indifferently. The fragments of the main battlefield from 10,000 years ago, didn't they say that the battlefield was the Nethercorps Extremis? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen and continued, the main battlefield was very large. Back then, it was split into 6 regions. These 6 regions are the 6 danger zones of the Central Plains. Therefore, the Nethercorps Extremis and the Shattered Nightmare Abyss are both part of the main battlefield. Moreover, this region is where this Lord Dragon fell. Back then, the main battlefield was split and formed the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. This Lord Dragon was heavily injured and fell here. I stayed here for nearly 1,000 years. After recovering my vitality, this Lord Dragon went out again and entered the Nethercorps Extremis, intending to bury myself there and recover my injuries. Unfortunately, this Lord Dragon failed in the Nethercorps Extremis. You should know what happened after that, so there's no need for this Lord Dragon to tell you. Zhuowen nodded. Then, with a burning gaze, he asked, so you're very familiar with this place? Are you sure you can kill Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei? Xiao He raised his head proudly and said, this Lord Dragon is much more familiar with the Shattered Nightmare Abyss than the Nethercorps Extremis. As a part of the main battlefield back then, countless experts above the earthly immortal realm died here, let alone 2 earthly immortals. There are many ancient restrictive formations here. Back then, this Lord Dragon studied some of them. If these restrictive formations are activated, it's enough to kill Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up with excitement. He had never thought of killing immortals, even though his strength was comparable to a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert, and he had the blood immortal, so he was not afraid of a half-immortal. However, in his mind, earthly immortals were still extremely powerful and unreachable. He had never thought of killing immortals with his current strength, but now Xiao He's words had completely ignited Zhuowen's burning ambition. Head west, and you'll see a huge fragment of land there. There are several powerful ancient seals there. If I'm not mistaken, some immortal sages have fallen there. Perhaps you'll be able to obtain a lot of good fortune there, Blackie said in a deep voice. That's right. You'll be able to obtain a lot of good fortune there. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Then he spread his thunder wings and flew west as fast as he could. After flying for about 5 or 6 days, a huge fragment continent appeared in front of Zhuowen. Chapter 1688, Nirvana Slaughter Formation. The fragment before them was very large, even larger than the Wind Thunder Manor. Moreover, the gravity on it was also much stronger than the fragment that was several zhang in size. After landing on the fragment, Zhuowen looked around and found that there were broken walls everywhere, and there were layers of ruins. Zhuowen could even see the various traces of the ruins. It was not difficult for him to discern the grandeur of the ruins in the past. Xiao He jumped down from Zhuowen's shoulder. She stretched out her little paws and touched the ground under her feet. She said in a deep voice, "It's been so many years, but the fragment hasn't moved too far. It's just that the changes inside are quite big." At this point, Xiao He formed a seal with its tiny claws and slowly closed its eyes. Approximately 5 breaths later, it suddenly opened its eyes and called out to Zhuowen before flying off in a certain direction. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Xiao He stopped in front of a basin. The shape of this basin was very strange. It was actually in the shape of a footprint, as if this basin had been created by a giant beast. Xiao He stood at the entrance of the basin, his eyes flashing. he said in a low voice. So it still exists. This ancient restriction formation is called the Nirvana Slaughter Formation. It is an extremely terrifying formation. Even earthly immortals might die if they enter this formation. It was very famous in ancient times. Having said that, Xiao He examined the surroundings of the basin for a long time before nodding in satisfaction. After such a long period of time, the Nirvana Slaughter Formation hasn't been damaged too badly. It shouldn't be too weak. Let's enter the basin and silently wait for Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen, and then it tapped out repeatedly with its little claws. Instantly, the restriction ripples surrounding the entrance of the basin dispersed, and a passageway as tall as a person appeared. Xiao He called out and led Zhuowen into the basin. The sky above the basin was filled with lingering fog. It looked gray and hazy, like a cloudy day. When they arrived at the center of the basin, Zhuowen discovered that there was actually an ancient temple at the center of the basin. Due to the passage of time, this ancient temple was completely dilapidated. Even the eaves above had many holes. Kid, this ancient temple existed in this basin back then. There are some notes and insights of an alchemist who specialized in ancient restrictions. If you want them, this dragon lord can help you get them. Xiao He said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen's Xiao He editor, Chrissy Translation Formation. He said to Xiao He, "Of course I want them. My spirit avatar just so happens to lack experience and knowledge regarding restrictions. Once I comprehend it, I may be able to advance to the profound Saint Master realm." Xiao He nodded, and then it turned into a streak of black light and entered the ancient temple. Not long after, Xiao He rushed out of the ancient temple with a crystal skull in its hand. Then it casually tossed the crystal skull to Zhuowen and said, "The things are all in here. You can study them well. They will be quite beneficial to your mental power." After receiving the crystal skull, Zhuowen casually looked through it. The more he looked, the more excited he became. This crystal skull recorded in detail an ancient restriction called the Devouring Curse Restriction. The so-called ancient restriction was different from the restriction techniques of this era. Its full name was the Ancient Restriction Technique. Due to the disaster 10,000 years ago, most of the ancient restriction techniques had been lost. Thus, the arcanists of this era who cultivated mental power created the method of constructing origin formations using origin crystals. However, the ancient restriction technique didn't need to be like this. The ancient restriction technique was a powerful restriction technique that used mental power to quickly arrange a powerful origin formation. However, this method required a huge amount of mental power, and ordinary arcanists couldn't bear it. However, Zhuowen was different. He cultivated the myriad evolution scripture, and his mental power was originally much greater than that of ordinary arcanists. Thus, it was quite suitable for him to cultivate the ancient restriction technique. Moreover, the Devouring Curse Restriction was one of the top ancient restrictions. It included both the activation of restrictions and the breaking of restrictions. It could be said that it was broad, profound, and obscure. However, Zhuowen believed that once he mastered the Devouring Curse Restriction, most of the restrictions in the Shattered Elephant Abyss wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He might even be able to rely on the Devouring Curse Restriction to comprehend some things and break through to the profound Saint Master realm. Thinking of this, Zhuowen summoned his mental power doppelganger and tossed the crystal skull to it, while he silently observed the surroundings of the basin. This basin is very large. I wonder if there are any other good things in it. Zhuowen glanced at the ancient temple, but he didn't plan on entering it. Before, Xiao He had been extremely cautious before entering the ancient temple. He knew that the ancient temple wasn't simple. With his current strength, it was best not to rashly take risks. Kid, the area within 1,000 meters of the ancient temple is safe. However, you must not go beyond that, or you will be killed. Xiao He saw through Zhuowen's intentions and couldn't help but remind him. Zhuowen nodded, then looked at Xiao He and said, Xiao He, you are familiar with this place. Are there any other good things in this basin? Xiao He shook his head and said, there is nothing else in this basin. The only thing that exists is this ancient temple. However, there are several ancient restrictions outside the basin. However, the ancient restrictions in those places are even more powerful than the ones in this basin. Back then, this Lord Dragon's injuries were too severe, and my strength was insufficient, so I was unable to forcefully blast open those ancient restrictions. Furthermore, those restrictions were too complicated, so this Lord Dragon found it difficult to break through them. Speaking of this, Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen's mental power doppelganger and said, if this doppelganger of yours can completely comprehend the devouring curse restriction, it might be possible to break those ancient restrictions together with this dragon lord. However, right now, it is simply impossible. Zhuowen immediately became dejected when he heard that. He glanced at his doppelganger and curled his lips. Looks like I can only concentrate on cultivating the devouring curse restriction first. Also, if I can comprehend the laws of the fourth restriction during this period of time, I'll be able to draw out the first mountain god. With the first mountain god here, things won't become so complicated. With that thought, Zhuowen sat down near his doppelganger and silently breathed in the dense energy of the world. After all, the fragment continent was the main battlefield of the great battle back then. The energy here was far denser than the outside world. Even though much of the energy had dissipated due to its destruction, it was still much denser than the central lands. Time passed slowly. Very soon, half a year had passed. During this time, the fragment continent was extremely quiet. Zhuowen and his doppelganger basically cultivated here. On this day, two figures flew to the fragment continent side by side. One of them was an old man with white hair and a beard, and lightning flashed on his body. The other was a middle-aged man in a white robe with a scholarly face. The two of them were Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, who had been searching for Zhuowen in the shattered nightmare abyss. For the past half a year, the two of them had been searching in this void. They had passed by fragment continent after fragment continent, but they couldn't find any trace of Zhuowen. This fragment continent is really big. It's the biggest one we've seen in the past half a year. Jiang Zuomei narrowed her eyes and said plainly, indeed, I just don't know if that little bastard Zhuowen exists in this fragment continent. Lei Qingtian said in a deep voice. The two of them talked for a while and finally decided to split up and search the fragment continent. After all, the fragment continent was too big. If the two of them searched together, it would take too much time. Jiang Zuomei went to the east, while Lei Qingtian went to the west. The west, where Lei Qingtian went, was the direction of the basin where Zhuowen was. Lei Qingtian searched very carefully. After about 4 hours, he arrived at the basin with the shape of a beast's footprint. There's a seal here. Where there's a seal in the shattered nightmare abyss, there's basically a treasure. Maybe there's something good in here. Looking at the seal on the basin, Lei Qingtian wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. In the past half a year, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei had seen ruins with seals. Although Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei couldn't break most of the ancient seals, they could break some of the weaker seals or incomplete seals that were more powerful. They also obtained some good stuff from inside. Therefore, when Lei Qingtian felt the fluctuation of the seal in the basin, his eyes lit up. Walking to the entrance of the basin, Lei Qingtian stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, he was bounced back by an invisible ripple. His eyes were filled with surprise. There really is a seal. Moreover, this seal is extraordinary. If I were to enter the basin, I might be able to obtain some good stuff. Speaking of this, Lei Qingtian let out a long roar. His right hand turned into a blade, and terrifying thunderbolts swept out from his body, manifesting into a huge thunderblade. Then, the thunderblade left his hand and directly blasted on the restriction. Rumble! The seal shook violently. Immediately, the lightning blade collapsed. Then, an invisible fluctuation bounced back and swept toward Lei Qingtian. Lei Qingtian's face changed slightly. He roared and clenched his right hand. Lightning condensed into an extremely powerful lightning shield in front of him. Bang! This wave directly shattered the lightning shield, while Lei Qingtian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His eyes were filled with shock. Isn't this restriction a little too terrifying? At this moment, Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged in the basin, suddenly opened his eyes. Xiaohe also floated out from his shoulder. It grinned and said, "Lei Qingtian, that old man is here. I didn't expect that instead of us taking the initiative to lure him here, he would take the initiative to court death." Then, how do we lure this old man into the formation? Zhuowen asked. Chapter 1689. Lei Qingtian's death at this point. Xiaohe's lips curled into a sly smile. Immediately after, it made a series of hand seals with both of its claws. Immediately, waves of invisible ripples appeared on the restriction at the entrance of the basin. Soon after, a crack appeared on the restriction, revealing a passage. Lei Qingtian, who was originally shocked and enraged by the power of the restriction, saw this scene and his eyes immediately lit up. He muttered in a low voice, "The entrance actually opened just like that. Could it be because I accidentally broke the formation of this formation just now?" Although he was rather puzzled by the strangeness of the entrance, Lei Qingtian's doubts were quickly replaced by passion. During the half a year in the Shattered Skull Abyss, he had already figured out the rules of this place. As long as there was a restriction, there would definitely be treasures inside. Moreover, the stronger the restriction, the better the treasures inside. After the confrontation, just now, Lei Qingtian could feel that the restriction on the basin in front of him was very powerful. This also meant that the things inside were definitely not ordinary. Therefore, Lei Qingtian did not think too much and stepped into it. Lei Qingtian has entered it. Through the layers of restriction, Zhuowen saw Lei Qingtian slowly entering at a glance. As a part of the Nirvana Slaughter Formation's power was controlled by Xiaohe, Xiaohe could easily control the restriction so that they could see Lei Qingtian's figure, but Lei Qingtian could not see them. At this moment, Lei Qingtian was in the restriction and appeared to be exceptionally cautious. His body was covered with terrifying lightning. These lightning constantly swam around his body, forming a rather spectacular lightning armor. When Lei Qingtian walked to the center of the basin, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His pupils shrunk into needles as he stared in front of the basin in disbelief. In front of the basin, a young man with a cold expression was looking at him with a sneer. Zhuowen, Lei Qingtian, could not help but cry out in surprise. However, the surprise on his face was quickly replaced by a ferocious expression. He sneered, "It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. I really did not expect to meet you here. In that case, it's time for you to die." As he spoke, Lei Qingtian took a step forward. Dense lightning burst out from the bottom of his feet, making him look like the god of thunder descending to the world. Zhuowen stood quietly at the edge of the restriction, with Xiaohe on his shoulder. He did not take any defensive measures at all, as if he was not afraid of Lei Qingtian at all. However, at this moment, Lei Qingtian did not notice Zhuowen's strange situation at all. Zhuowen's times strange, book times strange. He knew that he would kill the Zhuowen in front of him. He wind, lightning, ice, ice, fire, sacred studio, and the ice, fire, sacred talisman, as well as the hall, the wind, lightning talisman, and the ice, fire talisman, as well as the hall, lay. Bang! When Lei Qingtian was only a hair's breadth away from Zhuowen, a surge of enormous power instantly surged into his right hand. Immediately after, he let out a muffled groan and repeatedly retreated. His gaze was filled with uncertainty as he stared at Zhuowen in front of him. At this moment, an invisible ripple spread out in front of Zhuowen. There was no doubt that there was a restriction barrier in front of Zhuowen. How did he enter the other side of the restriction? Lei Qingtian frowned slightly. Only then did the eagerness in his heart slowly fade away. He began to think calmly. Not long after, his expression changed drastically as an extremely bad thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that it wasn't a coincidence that the restriction entrance suddenly opened? Could it be that the real reason why he could enter the restriction safely is because he has mastered the restriction? Could it be that he deliberately lured me into the restriction? Lei Qingtian panicked. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. In the end, he cursed inwardly and immediately retreated toward the restriction entrance. The moment he arrived at the entrance, his expression changed because the restriction at the entrance had already been closed. Boom, 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 boom. Lei Qingtian clenched his right hand and lightning turned into a blade as he slashed at the restriction in front of him. Then, an invisible ripple of energy spread out, causing Lei Qingtian to groan and retreat continuously. Lei Qingtian, stop struggling. The restriction in this basin is under my control. You can't escape. Zhuowen's indifferent voice resounded in the restriction. Lei Qingtian's expression gradually turned gloomy as he said coldly, "This is an ancient restriction. You're just a junior. I don't know what kind of luck you had to enter the central region of the basin. Now, you're actually trying to blackmail me. Do you think I'll fall for it?" Lei Qingtian, you're saying that I'm blackmailing you? Then watch carefully. This restriction is called the Nirvana Slaughter Formation. I'll let you see if I, Zhuowen, am blackmailing you or not. Zhuowen sneered. Shortly after, Lei Qingtian keenly sensed that the restriction around him had begun to tremble violently. Following that, rays of bloody light surged out from within the restriction array. These rays of bloody light were like snakes as they shot out and entangled towards Lei Qingtian. "Get lost!" Lei Qingtian snorted and blasted out his right palm. Suddenly, thousands of lightning bolts burst out and blocked the incoming blood-red light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the lightning blocked the blood-red light, an even more terrifying blood-red light emerged from the restriction. The blood-red light turned into ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes. They roared as they charged at Lei Qingtian. The ferocious beasts formed by the blood-red light all had a terrifying aura. Even Lei Qingtian was frightened. With so many ferocious beasts charging at him at once, Lei Qingtian's face turned extremely ugly. In an instant, the ferocious beasts surrounded Lei Qingtian. Lei Qingtian roared again and again as he unleashed his attacks to destroy the ferocious beasts one after another. However, the blood-red light was everywhere. The ferocious beasts formed by the blood-red light were endless. As time went by, Lei Qingtian's face turned extremely pale. Even if he was an earth immortal and these ferocious beasts might not necessarily be his match, there was a limit to a person's strength. If this continued, Lei Qingtian would undoubtedly become very dangerous. Zhuowen sneered as he watched the scene quietly. Days went by, and Lei Qingtian was trapped in the restriction for a total of 49 days. In these 49 days, Lei Qingtian was like a machine. He fought tirelessly with the ferocious beasts formed by the blood-red light without any rest. Plop! Finally, Lei Qingtian knelt on the ground. His whole body was covered in blood, and he was panting. He could not hide the intense exhaustion on his face. Even so, the ferocious beasts formed by the blood-red light did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, they became even more ferocious. For a moment, Lei Qingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with despair. "Zhuowen, Lei Qingtian, will remember you. Even if I become a ferocious ghost, I will not let you go." Lei Qingtian roared to the sky. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. This aura was getting more and more terrifying, like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was frightening. Lei Qingtian wants to self-destruct. Don't give him a chance. Your mind-strength doppelganger should have mastered the devouring curse prohibition in the past 6 months. Follow me to seal Lei Qingtian. Xiao He squinted her eyes and instantly flew into the restriction. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and merged the mind-strength doppelganger that was sitting cross-legged on the ground not far away to comprehend the devouring curse prohibition. Then he followed closely behind Xiao He. Zhuowen and Xiao He instantly flew above Lei Qingtian's head. At this moment, Lei Qingtian's face was flushed red, and his body was faintly showing signs of swelling. The ferocious beasts that were originally entangling him exploded into a bloody mist one by one. "Seal!" Xiao He did not hesitate. She waved her little claws continuously. Suddenly, waves of sealing power turned into streaks of black light. Finally, under her claws, a huge shadow of a black tower was formed. Zhuowen also formed a seal with his right hand and used the devouring curse prohibition. Streaks of illusory curse seals were imprinted on the surface of the shadow of the black tower, causing the shadow of the black tower to materialize. At the same time, the sealing power on the black tower became stronger and stronger. Boom! The black tower suddenly pressed down and suppressed Lei Qingtian. At the same time, Xiao He and Zhuowen did not dare to slack off. They constantly strengthened the sealing power on the surface of the black tower. They knew very well that if an expert at the level of an earthly immortal self-destructed, the power would be enough to blow up the entire basin. As for Zhuowen, who was in the basin, he would definitely be deeply affected. Xiao He and Zhuowen lasted for half a day before they finally managed to completely suppress Lei Qingtian, who was about to self-destruct. The black tower stood quietly in the restriction as if it had taken root. Through the window at the bottom of the black tower, Zhuowen could clearly see that Lei Qingtian was currently being sealed at the bottom of the tower by waves of powerful sealing power. He was motionless. Xiao He turned into a streak of black light and instantly entered the black tower. Then, Xiao He grabbed Lei Qingtian's dantian with her claws and pulled out Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit. At the same time, Xiao He used her own means to continuously cast terrifying seals on Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit. Very soon, Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit was completely sealed. When Xiao He flew out again, she passed Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit and spirit ring to Zhuowen and said, "Lei Qingtian is an earthly immortal expert after all. The power of his primordial spirit's self-destruction is extremely powerful. It's enough to kill an earthly immortal. You can use Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit to make primordial spirit lightning. When the time comes, you'll have another trump card to use against Jiang Zhuomei." Hearing that, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He said in a deep voice, "The devouring curse prohibition does have a method of using primordial spirits as raw materials to make a one-time use weapon. However, my understanding of the devouring curse prohibition is still shallow. I'm afraid the failure rate is very high. For now, I'd better seal this primordial spirit first. Xiaohei nodded. Although it knew a lot about restrictions, it was not an expert in this field after all. Therefore, its handling of the primordial spirit was probably not much better than Zhuowen. Meanwhile, Zhuowen's spiritual energy clone was learning the devouring curse prohibition. The devouring curse prohibition was an extremely powerful existence among ancient restrictions. If Zhuowen completely comprehended the devouring curse prohibition, his restriction ability would definitely surpass Xiaohei. Chapter 1690. Devouring curse restriction small accomplishment. Since Lei Qingtian has come to this continent, Jiang Zuomei should be here as well. I wonder where Jiang Zuomei is now. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. For now, it's best not to provoke that Jiang Zuomei. After all, he's an earthly immortal. Moreover, that Jiang Zuomei might not be fooled into entering this restriction. You don't have to think about luring that Jiang Zuomei here. Xiaohei reminded. Zhuowen nodded. Xiaohei was right. After all, he was still not strong enough. Moreover, the devouring curse had yet to reach the small success stage. It was really inappropriate for him to meet Jiang Zuomei. If he failed to lure Jiang Zuomei, then his whereabouts would be completely exposed, which wasn't a wise choice. Right now, what I need to do the most is to comprehend this devouring curse seal. If I can achieve initial success in it, then most of the seals on this continent will be nothing to me. When he thought of this, Zhuowen suppressed his restless heart. Soon after, he sat down in the basin and began to seriously comprehend the devouring curse forbidden art. The devouring curse forbidden spell was very different from ordinary forbidden spells. The devouring curse forbidden spell was an ancient forbidden spell that condensed spirit force into various curse seals. It was a terrifying forbidden spell that was cast in the form of curse seals. Once the devouring curse seal reached great success, most of the seals in the world could be broken. However, it was still relatively difficult to reach great success. However, before comprehending the devouring curse, Zhuowen searched through Lei Qingtian's spiritual ring. As the clan leader of the lightning lineage, Lei Qingtian must have a lot of good stuff in his spiritual ring. As expected, when Zhuowen opened Lei Qingtian's spiritual ring, he found a large number of spiritual stones. Other than that, there were also many saint weapons. However, most of them were ascended saint weapons and profound saint weapons. Saint artifacts of that level were no longer of much use to Zhuowen right now. However, they were extremely precious to Zhuowen's family and friends. However, to Zhuowen's disappointment, there was no earthly immortal saint weapon in Lei Qingtian's spiritual ring. Lei Qingtian's lightning ruler is an earthly immortal saint weapon, but I can't find it in his spiritual ring. I think its probably immortal saint weapon was destroyed when he entered the abyss. Zhuowen quickly guessed the reason. He could not help feeling regretful. After Zhuowen put away the spiritual ring, he sat down cross-legged, and the devouring curse's incantation started appearing in his mind. This time, he planned to go into seclusion to cultivate the devouring curse forbidden art. He wouldn't come out of seclusion until he reached the small success stage. This basin was undoubtedly the best place for seclusion. No matter how powerful Jiang Zuomei was, it was impossible for her to know that Zhuowen was in this basin. Even if she knew Jiang Zuomei wouldn't dare to enter the basin because of the terrifying restriction in the basin. Is his studio on? Is this too? Jiang Zuomei's white robe fluttered in the wind. He frowned and said in a deep voice, Lei Qingtian did not reply to me. Did something happen to him? Jiang Zuomei wandered around the fragment continent for a few days and didn't find any traces of Zhuo Wen. She then asked Lei Qingtian about the situation with the communication jade charm. However, the message she sent out was like a stone sinking into the sea. Lei Qingtian never responded. This gave Jiang Zuomei a bad premonition. Jiang Zuomei wandered around the continent for a few more months, but Lei Qingtian seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Jiang Zuomei had no choice but to leave the continent and head deeper into the abyss. After nearly a year of searching, Jiang Zuomei hadn't found any trace of Zhuo Wen, and she hadn't found the exit of the shattered nightmare abyss. For a time, Jiang Zuomei felt even more depressed. Not long after Jiang Zuomei left the continent, a man with a ghost face mask and a long sword on his back flew over and landed on the continent. That person looked around the continent, then left without even looking at it. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Wen had stayed on the fragment for 3 whole years. During those 3 years, he had been doing his best to comprehend the devouring curse. On this day, Zhuo Wen suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were emitting a strange black light. The black light contained an extremely powerful devouring ability. Zhuo Wen stretched out his finger. Instantly, his spiritual power transformed into a seal at his fingertip, which shot toward a huge rock in front of him. When the spirit force rune fell on the rock shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rather than saying it shrank, it was better to say it was being devoured by the seal. The devouring curse seal, as the name suggests, not only has the ability to seal, but it also has the ability to devour. When the devouring ability is combined with the seal, the power is extremely shocking. This is the true essence of the devouring curse seal. Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with fanaticism. He had stayed in the basin for nearly 4 years. During these 4 years, he had been comprehending the devouring curse seal. As he comprehended, his understanding of the devouring curse seal's power became clearer. It was this clear understanding that allowed him to understand how powerful the devouring curse seal was. The fact that the devouring curse forbidden art could be ranked at the top of ancient forbidden arts was not baseless. When Zhuo Wen's devouring curse seal reached a small success, the first thing he did was to take out Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit from the spirit ring. This primordial spirit contains celestial core power. This thing is much more powerful than saint power. Generally speaking, it's very difficult for a heavenly saint to absorb an extremely powerful energy like celestial core power. However, I have the devouring curse seal, so it's possible for me to devour it. Why don't I give it a try? Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered. He was not in a hurry to refine the primordial spirit. Instead, he formed a seal with his right hand and cast a seal on the primordial spirit. At the same time, Zhuo Wen's right finger tapped on the seal. Sizzle! Immediately, the sound of swallowing resounded. Soon after, Zhuo Wen could clearly feel a surge of energy enter his body from his finger, causing his entire body to feel warm and exceptionally comfortable. Is this the energy of celestial core power? The energy contained in it is so rich that it's shocking. Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with surprise. In such a short time, Zhuo Wen felt that the energy in his body had reached an unprecedented level. Moreover, his aura was constantly increasing. Soon, it rose to the peak of the true Yang Saint stage. It requires an extremely large amount of energy to break through to the Sky Saint stage from the peak of the true Yang Saint stage, and the celestial core power in this primordial spirit is more than enough. Zhuo Wen roared and cast another dozen seals with the devouring curse. Suddenly, more than a dozen surging celestial core power turned into more than a dozen energy streams and poured into Zhuo Wen's body. At the same time, Zhuo Wen's aura grew rapidly. Zhuo Wen's state of devouring lasted for a day and a night. Finally, his aura seemed to have undergone a transformation. The air around him rumbled continuously, and a chi whirlwind swept out from behind him. I've finally reached the Sky Saint stage. This celestial core power is really amazing. Zhuowen laughed. He looked at Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit with blazing eyes. He knew that this primordial spirit was really a treasure. Moreover, Zhuowen also found that after devouring celestial core power for a day and a night, the primordial spirit showed no signs of drying up. Instead, it was still round and full. Other than being a little dimmer, there were no major changes at all. Perhaps the celestial core power that Zhuowen had absorbed was just a drop in the ocean for this primordial spirit. With the devouring curse that I've mastered now, I should be able to start refining this primordial spirit. Zhuowen's eyes flickered with determination. Then he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood on the primordial spirit. At the same time, his right hand formed a series of seals. Immediately, a series of seals flew out and attached themselves to the primordial spirit. There were so many seals that they were so densely packed that they almost enveloped the entire primordial spirit. Under the sealing power of the seals, the essence blood that Zhuowen spat out on the primordial spirit gradually merged with it. As for Lei Qingtian's consciousness, it had already been forcibly erased by Zhuowen and Xiaohe during the sealing process. After the essence blood had completely merged with the primordial spirit, Zhuowen could feel that there was a trace of connection between him and the primordial spirit. However, this connection was very weak, so Zhuowen did not slack off. He began to deepen the sealing power of the seals to make the fusion of his essence blood and the primordial spirit more closely. Zhuowen continued this refining process for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, the connection between his essence blood and the primordial spirit was completely integrated. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. His face was slightly pale, but there was an excited smile on his face. This was because he could clearly feel the deep connection between himself and the primordial spirit in front of him. As long as Zhuowen was willing, he could detonate the primordial spirit with just a thought. It could be said that the primordial spirit had merged with his essence blood. After being sealed by the devouring curse prohibition, it was completely under his control. I'm afraid this primordial spirit will become my final trump card in the future. Once this primordial spirit explodes, even earthly immortals will have to bear a grudge. I'm afraid even celestial immortals won't dare to touch it casually. Zhuowen licked his lips and chuckled. Xiaohe landed on Zhuowen's shoulder and looked at the primordial spirit with a hint of admiration in her eyes. She said, "It seems that your devouring curse prohibition has reached the minor completion. Not bad. Hee. It's time to go out and explore this continent. There are many seals and relics on this continent. With my devouring curse prohibition at the minor completion, it should be enough to break most of the seals." Zhuowen was full of ambition. He waved his sleeve, and numerous runes flashed out. In an instant, a passageway appeared in the restrictions in the basin, and then Zhuowen followed the passageway to the entrance of the basin. Previously, he had to rely on Xiaohe to leave the basin, but now that he had reached the minor completion, the seal in the basin was no longer an obstacle to him. He could break it with a wave of his hand. Boy, it stands to reason that your mind power should have broken through, since you've reached the minor completion, but you haven't. Xiaohe stood at the entrance of the basin and asked doubtfully. Chapter 16, 91. Double restriction. It's harder for an arcanist to become a saint than a martial saint. Once one becomes a saint, there will be a heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation will definitely be more terrifying than the martial saint's heavenly tribulation. If I break through on this fragment continent, the heavenly tribulation will be too powerful. It will inevitably attract Jiang Zuomei, or even the terrifying existence hidden in the shattered leaf abyss. This is not good for me. That's why I stopped my cultivation in advance and didn't break through. Zhuowen explained with a smile. Xiao He showed a look of understanding and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Kid, you're quite thoughtful. Let's go. I'm going to search this fragment continent. Maybe I can find something good. After saying that, Zhuowen turned into a rainbow and disappeared from the entrance of the basin. This fragment continent was very big. Zhuowen saw several restrictions as he passed by. These restrictions weren't strong, and Zhuowen could break them with a wave of his hand. However, Zhuowen was disappointed that there was nothing in these restrictions. Even if there was, it had lost its spirituality due to the passage of time and was basically unusable. In the western part of the fragment, Zhuowen stopped and frowned slightly. With his devouring curse restriction minor accomplishment, he could easily break through most of the restrictions on this fragment continent. However, he couldn't find anything good in them. However, Zhuowen didn't come out empty-handed. With a flip of his right hand, a milky white crystal appeared in his hand. This crystal was called an immortal crystal. It contained rich immortal core power. This immortal crystal had unimaginable benefits for immortal sage realm cultivators. It could accelerate the cultivation of immortal sage realm cultivators. Zhuowen also found that using immortal core power to activate the slaughtering finger of Acheron was much more powerful than using saint energy. After all, the slaughtering finger of Acheron was an immortal technique. It could only be activated with immortal core power. Even if the threshold of the slaughtering finger of Acheron was very low, it was no exception. There were more or less such celestial crystals in all kinds of restrictive formations. Zhuowen had collected about 100 of them along the way. As for immortal crystals, there were actually many major powers in the central planes that possessed them. However, the amount of immortal crystals wasn't a lot. Basically, these major powers wouldn't bring the immortal crystals with them. Instead, they would store them in secret places. Only half-immortals and immortal sages were qualified to use them. Immortal crystals contained surging immortal elemental energy, which was enough to accelerate the cultivation speed of half-immortal and immortal sage experts. Coupled with the fact that they were rare in Middle-earth, they were precious to the major powers. Even Lei Qingtian, the patriarch of the lightning branch of the Wind Thunder clan, didn't have any immortal crystals on him. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't bear to. Although almost 100 celestial crystals wasn't a lot, it was enough to cause many powers in the central region to covet it. Of course, even though the celestial core power contained within these celestial crystals was surging, it was still incomparable to Lei Qingtian's soul core. After all, Lei Qingtian's soul core was a genuine earthly immortal. Moreover, it was one of the best earthly immortals. The celestial core power contained within his soul core was enormous. How could a mere 100 immortal crystals compare to it? The war back then was too intense. Too much time had passed. If it wasn't for an extremely powerful treasure, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been able to withstand the erosion of time. Only these immortal crystals could be preserved until now, Xiao He said with a sigh. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, Xiao He, didn't you say that you once found a restrictive formation trap that was even more powerful than the one in the basin? Where are those restrictive formations? Xiao He pondered for a moment before he said in a deep voice, Back then, I did find 2 extremely powerful restrictive formations. However, the restrictive formations on these 2 restrictive formations were much more powerful than the one in the basin. Even if your devouring spell restriction had reached the initial stage, it would still be difficult for you to destroy those two restrictive formations. We can give it a try, Zhuowen said. Then we'll do as you say. Follow me. Those two restrictive formations are near the western region. Moreover, the two restrictive formations are not far from each other. Back then, I didn't learn any restrictive formation techniques. I was completely relying on my experience to break them. However, in the end, I returned empty-handed. As Xiaohe spoke, he turned into a ray of black light and led Zhuowen toward the western region. Zhuowen followed closely behind Blackie. After around the time for an incense stick to burn, Blackie stopped moving, and a withered tree stood before it. This withered wooden stake was only 1/2 a foot long. Countless roots extended to the ground as if they were rooting. The withered wooden stake was very ordinary. However, such a withered wooden stake standing on a piece of barren land looked extremely abnormal. Hundreds of feet behind the withered wooden stake, a corpse was buried in the ground. Only the upper body was exposed. The corpse was wearing a leather armor. The surface of the leather armor was as smooth as a mirror. It was bright white and emitted specks of starlight. At a glance, one could tell that this leather armor was unusual. Boy, the two restrictive formations are here. One is the withered wooden stake, and the other is the corpse wearing leather armor hundreds of feet behind the withered wooden stake. Moreover, I suspect that these two restrictive formations are likely to be a series of restrictive formations. The two of them complement each other. It will be very difficult to break them. Xiaohe sighed softly. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and formed a seal with his right hand. Immediately, a series of seals shot out from his right hand. These seals covered Zhuowen's body and formed a defensive barrier. Then, Zhuowen took a step towards the withered wooden stake. When Zhuowen walked within 10 feet of the withered wooden stake, an invisible ripple spread out and forcibly obstructed Zhuowen's footsteps, preventing him from moving forward. Break! Without hesitation, Zhuowen pointed his right sword finger. A huge curse character appeared from his fingertip and spread out. Then, the invisible ripple spread more and more violently. Zhuowen directly stepped within 10 feet of the withered wooden stake. When Zhuowen stepped within 10 feet of the withered wooden stake, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the withered wooden stake. The sky suddenly darkened, as if Zhuowen had angered a god at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the withered wooden stake began to collide. It grew from 5 feet to 10,000 feet in size and turned into a towering tree. Withered vines violently swept out from the huge tree and wrapped around Zhuowen in all directions. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He pointed his right hand, and the underworld water droplets turned into a defensive barrier in front of the vines. At the same time, Zhuowen used the devouring curse seal to form a second defensive barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The vines swept over in an instant and blasted on the defensive barrier of the underworld water droplets and the curse seal. Immediately, a series of explosive sounds erupted. At this moment, Zhuowen was very calm. He didn't care about the exploding underworld water droplets and the curse seal at all. His eyes were fixed on the towering tree as if he was observing something. Bang, bang, bang. After 5 breaths, the underworld water droplets and the curse seal completely collapsed. Then, the vines swept towards Zhuowen at lightning speed. Zhuowen's eyes were like torches. He suddenly spread out the thunder wings behind his back. With the help of the 2 laws of the void and the explosive steps, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. All the vines pounced on empty air. When Zhuowen reappeared, he was already at the bottom of the tree. He stared at the dense roots at the bottom of the tree with a resolute look in his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the ninth Yang Dao sword flew out and landed in his hand. Then he slashed fiercely. The blazing sun sword Qi flashed through the roots. Then the dense roots instantly exploded. The roots spurted out cherry red blood, as if the roots were the meridians in a human body. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with surprise. However, he stomped his right foot and used the speed of teleportation to dodge the incoming vines. Meanwhile, Zhuowen swept towards the roots at the bottom of the tree in another direction. When Zhuowen held the ninth Yang Dao sword and was about to slash at the roots on this side, an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly rose in his mind. Whoosh! Under the roots, a bony hand suddenly stretched out. This bony hand grabbed Zhuowen's ninth Yang Dao sword. With a clang, countless sparks flew. Then Zhuowen's pupils shrank. The ninth Yang Dao sword was directly rebounded, and he also took a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Zhuowen discovered that a skeleton in leather armor was slowly walking out from under the roots in front of him. This skeleton was the one with the lower half of its body buried behind the towering tree a few dozen meters away. When the skeleton finally walked out of the roots at the bottom, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. This skeleton did not have a lower body at all. Its lower body was actually formed by countless roots. These roots were connected to the towering tree like other vines and moved according to the tree's command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skeleton slowly raised its head and looked at Zhuowen. Its two rows of fleshless teeth opened slightly, as if it was grinning. Then, under the control of the roots, it suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen. Along with it were countless vines. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. With the help of his lightning wings, explosive steps, and void laws, he teleported again and again, dodging the countless vines' attacks. Even if some of the vines were about to reach him, Zhuowen twisted his wrist, and the ninth Yang Dao sword basically cut the vines. However, what gave Zhuowen a headache was the skeleton. The lower body of the skeleton was made up of many intertwined roots. Its speed was much faster than the vines, and it was able to catch up with Zhuowen every time. What made Zhuowen feel even more helpless was that the skeleton, which looked like it could break at any time, was actually as hard as iron. No matter how his ninth Yang Dao sword slashed at it, it could not break. He did not know if it was the effect of the leather armor on the skeleton's body, but the skeleton looked as if it could break at any time. Bang! The skeleton whistled and instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. Then it threw a punch at Zhuowen. The eerie white bones brought with them a chilly wind as they flew towards Zhuowen's face. Zhuowen held the long sword in his right hand horizontally. After a clanging sound, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan and retreated continuously. Using the gap in his retreat, Zhuowen immediately used his fastest speed to escape from the restrictions' range. The moment Zhuowen retreated, the towering tree slowly shrank. The skeleton also went back under the tree's roots and returned to the form of a withered tree. Chapter 1692. The 9 halls the roots at the bottom of the dead would pile should be the core of the 2 restriction traps. As long as we cut off all the roots at the bottom of the deadwood pile, the restriction traps should be completely destroyed, Blackie said in a deep voice. Earlier, it had clearly seen the process of Zhuo when breaking through the restriction from the side, so it naturally noticed the unusualness of the countless roots beneath the withered wooden pile. It won't be easy to sever all the roots. Zhuowen exhaled gently and calmed the surging vital blood within him slightly. After that, he stared at the restrictions before him. He was secretly deducing in his heart and using the devouring curse restriction to deduce the various transformations of the restrictions before him. These 2 restrictions are extremely powerful. It's impossible to break through them by force. If I didn't know the devouring curse restriction and possess the speed of teleportation, I probably would have died to the restrictions by now. Zhuowen revealed a look of understanding. Blackie had a look of admiration in his eyes as he echoed, "With your devouring curse's ability to deduce, if you can deduce the weaknesses of this restriction one by one, then without triggering the restriction, you might be able to cut off all the roots under this withered wood stake. However, this is too difficult." Zhuowen took a deep breath and said, "I'll give it a try. I'll definitely be able to break this restriction." As he spoke, Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand, and a seal shot out from the tip of his finger and landed on the surface of the restrictions. After that, Zhuowen closed his eyes and began to silently sense the trajectories and weaknesses of the restrictions before him. Xiao He silently hovered behind Zhuowen. Its gaze was fixed on the restrictions, but it did not disturb Zhuowen. Time passed slowly. Zhuowen sat there like this for 3 months. During these 3 months, Zhuowen would frequently enter the restrictions to break through them, but he always ended in failure. Although he failed every time, Zhuowen's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the restrictions became clearer and clearer in his mind. There was no doubt that the restrictions were extremely profound and complicated, but Zhuowen's tireless research during this period of time had allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the devouring curse restriction. Moreover, his method of breaking through the restrictions had also improved imperceptibly under the influence of the 3 months of research. Ancient restrictions really are miraculous. They're clearly just strange energies constructed from the illusory mental strength of ancient alchemists, yet they've actually been able to exist for so long. Even now, the restrictions are still so powerful. At this moment, in Zhuowen's eyes, countless rune shadows flitted past. In Zhuowen's eyes, the restriction in front of him was like a countless amount of mind power following a specific trajectory, forming an extremely stable structure. It was precisely this stable structure that allowed the illusory mental strength to materialize. It also allowed the restriction trap to exist for tens of thousands of years without being eroded by the power of time. After 3 months of continuous practice and observation, Zhuowen found as many as hundreds of weaknesses in the restrictions. However, these weaknesses were not critical. They were just insignificant. However, if Zhuowen approached the withered wood stake using these weaknesses, he would not be noticed by the withered wood stake. It should work this time. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he took a step forward. Immediately, he approached the withered wood pile by following the weak points in the restriction that he had found. Very quickly, Zhuowen approached within 30 feet of the dead wood pile. Previously, he had aroused the dead wood pile's vigilance within this 30 feet radius. The weakness within this radius was very obscure, and Zhuowen had to observe and practice for a full 3 months before he finally grasped the knack of it. Zhuowen pointed with the fingers of his right hand, and a rune flashed out and descended onto an area within a 10 radius of the pile of dead wood. In an instant, the restrictions in the surroundings didn't resist at all, and the rune easily passed through them. Zhuowen took a deep breath and stepped on that spot. Then, Zhuowen used the devouring curse restriction again and again to point out the weaknesses of the restrictions in advance. Although it was only 30 feet away, Zhuowen spent 2 hours and finally arrived in front of the withered wood stake. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately summoned the soul-devouring magma river, the first Yang Dao sword, and the 9th Yang Dao sword. Then Zhuowen moved his mind, and the 3 saint weapons were arranged in 3 directions. They turned into 3 long rainbows and slashed at the roots of the withered wood stake. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He pointed his right hand with the slaughtering netherworld finger and landed on the roots in the last direction of the withered wood stake. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds were produced. Then, The roots around the bottom of the withered wood stake all collapsed. In an instant, a shocking roar resounded from the withered wood stake. Blood gushed out from the bottom of the withered wood stake and turned into a bloody fountain. Under the shower of blood, the corpse hidden at the bottom of the withered wood stake rushed out and rushed toward Zhuowen with monstrous killing intent. Only the last part of the roots left. Zhuowen's eyes grew colder as he looked at the countless roots entwined around the lower half of the corpse. He formed a seal with his right hand, and the soul-devouring magma river, the first Yangdao sword, and the 9th Yangdao sword turned into 3 long rainbows and rushed out in front of the corpse. Bang! 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 The corpse seemed to have gone mad. It tore with its claws, and the surrounding space collapsed. The 3 saint weapons were stopped by the collapsed space. Zhuowen took a step forward and bent his right index finger. Then he pointed down. 3,000 drops of yellow spring water turned into a yellow cyclone at the tip of his finger. A terrifying, penetrating power leaked out from the tip of his finger. Ding! Zhuowen pointed his finger at the corpse. The corpse let out a shrill shriek and swiped at Zhuowen with its claws. The stench of a corpse assaulted Zhuowen's face, causing him to frown. The two of them collided in an instant. Zhuowen's long hair and robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. An enormous yellow springs sea appeared behind him, rolling and surging. It looked exceptionally horrifying. The sea of consciousness roared. Although the withered wood stake was destroyed, and its strength was greatly reduced, the power that erupted from its body was still extremely terrifying. Zhuowen's finger had gathered all of his energy. The power that erupted from the finger was terrifying enough to penetrate gold and crack stone. However, under the attack of the sea of consciousness, Zhuowen was forced to retreat and let out a muffled groan. Immortal crystals! Zhuowen growled and immediately took out immortal crystals from his spirit ring. After taking out 10 immortal crystals, Zhuowen immediately crushed them. Waves of immortal core power surged into Zhuowen's fingertip. Instantly, the power of the underworld finger increased by several times. The underworld finger behind him surged with huge waves. However, although the power of the underworld finger had increased by several times under the amplification of the 10 immortal crystals, the corpse was really too powerful. It was still able to erupt with a power that made Zhuowen tremble in fear, and it still forced Zhuowen to retreat. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He immediately crushed the remaining 90 immortal crystals in his spiritual ring and poured the surging immortal core power into the yellow spring finger. Bang! The vortex formed by the yellow spring's finger suddenly turned into a huge yellow vortex and bounced the crazy corpse away. Zhuowen took a step in the air and teleported to the corpse's feet. With a twist of his right wrist, the yellow vortex cut off all the roots wrapped around the corpse's lower body like a sharp blade. Blood spurted out, mixed with the corpse's mournful screams. Whoosh! The corpse's right hand suddenly reached out and directly pressed on Zhuowen's forehead. However, Zhuowen was already prepared. He spread out his thunder wings and instantly landed several feet away from the corpse with endless thunderbolts. The corpse kept howling. Without the support of the roots, it fell to the ground and kept struggling. After the roots were broken, the dead wood pile gradually withered and eventually became ordinary and useless wood. The corpse struggled for about half an incense stick's worth of time before it completely stopped struggling and became a lifeless, dead object. Zhuowen retreated from the range of the restriction and coldly stared at the scene. After the corpse and the dead wood pile had completely become lifeless objects, Zhuowen found clouds and mist emerging from the restriction. When the clouds and mist completely dissipated, the dead wood pile and the corpse disappeared and were replaced by a group of palaces. Zhuowen knew that what the dead wood pile and the corpse had set up was only a restriction. Once the restriction dissipated, the true face of what was inside would be revealed. The group of palaces was the true face of the restriction. However, although the group of palaces was huge, it was a ruin. Although there were many palaces inside, most of them were broken. There are a total of 9 palaces, but all of them are broken. I wonder if there are good things inside. Zhuo Wen frowned slightly, but he was the first to rush into the closest hall. After searching around the hall, Zhuo Wen was disappointed to discover that most of the things in the hall were damaged, and he could not find anything that was intact. However, the only gratifying thing was that there were a lot of spiritual crystals in the palace. These spiritual crystals were piled up everywhere in the palace. Zhuo Wen meticulously collected them. After Zhuo Wen had collected everything, he realized that there were nearly 1,000 immortal crystals in the hall. Zhuo Wen's eyes couldn't help but turn red at such a harvest. Let's take a look at the other palaces. After carefully searching the palace again, Zhuo Wen immediately rushed to the other 8 palaces. There was no doubt that the situation of the other 8 palaces was similar to the first palace. There were no treasures that Zhuo Wen expected. When Zhuo Wen finished searching the last hall, a sliver of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Apart from immortal crystals, there didn't seem to be anything else in the group of palaces. However, although Zhuo Wen was a little disappointed, he was also a little excited. This was because he had collected more than 10,000 spiritual crystals in the group of palaces. Such a number was absolutely shocking. Even the spiritual crystals, reserves of the 9 great holy talisman clans, were not much more than the spiritual crystals on Zhuo Wen's body at the moment. If people in the central region knew that Zhuo Wen had so many spiritual crystals on him, those old monsters in the big forces would not be able to sit still and snatch them. After walking out of the last palace, Zhuo Wen said with some disappointment, "It seems that only spiritual crystals are left here. As for the other things, they are either damaged or lost." Chapter 1693. Lone Peak, the position of the 9 palaces. Zhuo Wen took a step forward and instantly flashed to the center of the 9 palaces. He looked around and instantly noticed that the 9 palaces were arranged in a ring shape in 9 directions, whereas the doors of the 9 palaces just happened to be aimed at the center where Zhuo Wen stood. In the center, there was a large square, and in the center of the square, there was a small piece of soft soil. Zhuo Wen grabbed a handful of soil with his right hand, and his nose gently opened and closed. Suddenly, a faint celestial core power flowed out from the soil. Putting down the soil in his hand, Zhuo Wen's right hand suddenly reached into the soil 1/2 meter deep and squeezed out a clump of soil. Immediately, Zhuo Wen found that the celestial core power in the soil 1/2 meter deep was more abundant than before. "There's something under the soil." Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed. He waved his sleeve and summoned the Blood Immortal. "Master, why did you call me out?" The moment the Blood Immortal came out, she began to suck up to Zhuo Wen with a flattering smile. Zhuo Wen pointed at the soil under his feet and said, "Dig this place out, but be careful. Don't mess around, or else I won't forgive you." The Blood Immortal's face turned serious. Although she didn't want to, Zhuo Wen knew her weakness, so she naturally didn't dare to disobey Zhuo Wen's order. "Master, don't worry. I'll dig it out for you immediately," the Blood Immortal said with a smile. After saying that, the Blood Immortal began to dig with all her might. Zhuo Wen, on the other hand, silently looked at the soil that was dug up. He was extremely curious. What was under the soil? How could this ordinary soil be stained with celestial core power? After about an hour, the Blood Immortal, who had dug to the bottom, suddenly screamed and jumped up. At the same time, at the bottom of the cave, there was a surge of terrifying celestial core power. The celestial core power was in the form of gas. Although it looked very thin, the celestial core power in the gas was very vigorous. Zhuowen took a step forward and landed in the air above the cave. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the celestial core power that was gushing out from the cave. The blood immortal who came out of the cave stared at the pillar of celestial origin chi in front of her with eager eyes. She stole a glance at Zhuowen and then tiptoed to the side of the pillar of celestial origin chi. She absorbed the celestial origin chi that was dissipating into the surroundings with an intoxicated look in her eyes. Zhuowen naturally noticed the blood immortal's little action, but he didn't say anything. The immortal essence that gushed out couldn't be stored. It could only be absorbed during the gushing process. Zhuowen couldn't absorb all of the immortal essence pillars by himself. The immortal essence that escaped would inevitably be wasted. It wouldn't hurt to let the blood immortal absorb the immortal essence that escaped. The celestial yuan chi pillar only lasted for half an incense stick's worth of time before it stopped collapsing. Zhuowen slowly landed at the entrance of the cave, his cheeks flushed red. He had just advanced to the Sky Saint stage, and originally he still needed time to consolidate his cultivation, but after absorbing the celestial yuan chi pillar, the consolidation process was completed. What's down there? How can it release such a dense celestial vitality pillar? Zhuowen looked at the blood immortal and asked. The blood immortal scratched her head and said with a flattering smile, "Master, there's nothing down there except a corpse." The celestial vitality pillar came from that corpse. "Master, you can go down and take a look." Corpse? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with curiosity. He revealed a pondering expression and then decided to go down and take a look. He jumped down and went into the deepest part of the cave. Landing at the bottom, Zhuowen's eyes focused. Sure enough, there was a corpse here. This corpse only had the upper body, and the lower body was strangely missing. It was as if someone had cut it in half before it died. However, this wasn't the main reason why Zhuowen was surprised. The main reason was that this corpse was exactly the same as the corpse that Zhuowen had seen when he broke the formation and crawled out from the pile of dead wood. Especially the aura of this corpse. It actually made Zhuowen's hair stand on end. A chill rose in his heart. This corpse was definitely not simple when it was alive. The owner of this corpse was very strong. He should have been a sky immortal when he was alive. I'm afraid he was also the owner of this palace. I just don't know why he died here and was buried under the mud in the middle of the square. Xiaohei said in a deep voice, "A sky immortal." Zhuowen's expression changed. A sky immortal was already an ancestor-level existence of the 9 holy symbol families. Jiang Binghan, Feng Lei Wuji, and Jiang Binghan were such existences. To Zhuowen, a sky immortal was undoubtedly an extremely distant and powerful existence. This kind of existence could kill Zhuowen with a flip of their hand. It was as easy as killing an ant, and such an ancestor-level existence was actually buried here. It was very strange. If I'm not wrong, this person was probably one of the participants in the calamity 10,000 years ago. Later on, for some unknown reason, the palace he was in was breached, and he was cut in half by an even more powerful existence. Before this person died, he used a powerful restriction technique to set up this powerful ancient restriction. This restriction is extremely powerful and has survived until now. Xiaohei's eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. Immediately, she turned into a black light and landed beside the corpse. After carefully examining it, her little claws suddenly reached into the ribs of the corpse. She fumbled around and took out a hexahedral crystal. "What is this?" Zhuowen asked curiously. "It's a storage crystal. It's similar to a spirit ring. In ancient times, there were no spirit rings. Most cultivators used this storage crystal. The best feature of this storage crystal is that it can be attached to the ribs of the body. It doesn't look out of place. It can be said that the storage crystal is much better than a spirit ring in terms of security, Xiao He said indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He said, "This storage crystal is so magical. Does that mean I can use it too?" Xiao He nodded and said, "Of course. Although the storage crystal is good in terms of security, once the owner dies, the brand inside will gradually disappear with the passage of time. Now, this storage crystal is an ownerless item. Take a look at what's inside." After saying that, Xiao He tossed the storage crystal to Zhuowen. After Zhuowen caught the storage crystal, he was rather excited. After calming down a little, he sent his mind into the storage crystal. Just as Xiao He said, the brand in the storage crystal had indeed disappeared. His mind easily entered the space of the storage crystal. After a quick scan, Zhuowen immediately gasped. This was because he saw piles of fairy crystals in the storage crystal. After a rough scan, Zhuowen found that there were a lot of fairy crystals in the storage crystal. There were at least 140,000 fairy crystals, in addition to the 10,000 fairy crystals that Zhuowen had found earlier. Zhuowen now had a total of 150,000 fairy crystals. Such a huge amount of fairy crystals even surpassed most of the major forces in the central region. Even though Zhuowen had a strong will, when he saw the shiny piles of fairy crystals, his breathing could not help but quicken. "Boy, aren't you making a fuss over nothing?" Before the catastrophe, the martial Dao in the heavenly armor continent was extremely prosperous. Hundreds of thousands of fairy crystals were not considered a lot. Only in the central region that has fallen apart, now would these things be treated as treasures. Blackie crossed its paws and looked at Zhuowen's shocked appearance with disdain, curling its lips. In that era, when the martial Dao was prosperous, immortal crystals were actually as common as spirit stones now, and immortal crystals were even used as a unified currency. Of course, this currency was only used by celestial saints. After all, cultivators below the celestial saint realm did not have immortal core power at all. Therefore, fairy crystals were not very useful to them. Of course, for cultivators who had immortal techniques, even if their cultivation had not reached the celestial saint realm, fairy crystals were still very useful to them. After all, the immortal core power in fairy crystals could strengthen the power of immortal techniques. In addition to the piles of fairy crystals, Zhuowen also saw many strange things in the storage crystal. However, he had never seen these things in the central region before. He was afraid that they were items from the ancient times. Moreover, the aura of these items was not very strong. Therefore, Zhuowen did not care too much about them. Among them, Zhuowen even found 2 earth immortal sacred artifacts and 1 heaven immortal sacred artifact. However, all 3 sacred artifacts were damaged and could not be used at all. However, Zhuowen did not throw away the 3 broken immortal sacred artifacts. Instead, he kept them well. After all, they were immortal sacred artifacts. Even if they were damaged, the raw materials inside were still very precious. If he wanted to refine immortal sacred artifacts in the future, he might be able to extract the raw materials from these broken immortal sacred artifacts. Although Zhuowen felt that it was a pity, he did not think too much about it. Since the immortal sacred artifacts were damaged, there was nothing he could do. Zhuowen's attention quickly fell on a pile of bamboo slips in another corner. He opened the bamboo slips and found that they were all about the experience and understanding of ancient restrictions. There were even detailed explanations of the origin and principles of ancient restrictions. Zhuowen, who had learned the devouring curse-forbidden art, had a new understanding and interpretation of ancient restrictions after he roughly read through the experiences in these bamboo slips. A dignified heaven immortal should have inherited some immortal skills. After putting away the bamboo slips, Zhuowen once again looked at the other places in this space. Soon, his gaze fell on a painting that was placed flat on a wooden table. It was an ink painting. There were only two colors in it, black and white. The painting was extremely monotonous. There was only a lone mountain in the painting. The lone mountain was surrounded by a misty fog. Apart from the fog, there was nothing else in the lone mountain. An ancient and lonely aura emanated from the lone mountain in the painting. The moment he sensed the ancient and lonely aura, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. At this moment, he felt as if he was standing on a lone mountain. He looked into the distant horizon and found nothing else. Chapter 1694. Luring the snake out of its hole standing on this lonely peak, Zhuowen felt a unique sense of aloofness. Although this peak was lonely, it was extremely prideful in its bones. It did not associate with the other mountains, nor did it accompany the birds. From beginning to end, it was only a lonely peak. However, the pride in its bones made Zhuowen feel deep respect for it. The lone peak does not mix with the other mountains. It soars into the clouds with unending momentum. Involuntarily, a poem like that gradually appeared in Zhuowen's head. The poem appeared out of nowhere. It rang out in his head faintly, as if someone was murmuring it by his ear. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze suddenly landed on the painting before him. Just now, he had been affected by the artistic conception of the painting, and as a result, he felt as if he was standing on top of the lonely peak, experiencing the feeling of being on top. The lone peak, Zhuowen murmured. A sliver of excitement appeared in his eyes. He had never thought that the immortal technique in his sea of consciousness would be hidden in an inconspicuous painting. The immortal technique you've obtained probably isn't simple. Moreover, the lone peak doesn't have an extremely low requirement, like the finger of hell that you cultivate. It's very difficult to use this technique without the support of celestial energy. However, you have 150,000 celestial crystals and Lei Qingtian's soul, so you should be able to use it just barely, said Xiaohe. Zhuowen nodded. Afterwards, his consciousness swept out from his storage crystal. At the same time, he took out the painting. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he stared at the ink painting in his hand. He said in a deep voice, "In any case, I'm not in a hurry. I'll cultivate this immortal art first. I wonder how powerful it is." With that, Zhuowen sat on the ground with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate the lone peak. Silently, Zhuowen cultivated like that for 3 whole months. 3 months later, Zhuowen slowly stood up. With a flick of his right hand, he immediately took out 10 celestial crystals and crushed them. Strands of celestial energy were absorbed by him through the devouring curse. Afterwards, he immediately used the lone peak. Immediately, the celestial energy turned into a spiral and condensed into a 10-meter-tall lone peak. The lone peak was filled with a strong sense of aloofness. As soon as the lone peak appeared, a terrifying force swept out like a storm. With Zhuowen as the center, it swept in all directions. Crack! When the force spread to the 9 palaces, the 9 palaces seemed to be unable to withstand the force of the force and collapsed into dust. This lone peak immortal technique is truly powerful. Looking at the 9 palaces that had been shattered, Zhuowen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was merely the aftermath of the force emitted by the lone peak, yet it was able to shatter the 9 palaces. If the lone peak were to attack head-on, the power that would erupt would be unimaginable. After putting away the lone peak, the shock in Zhuowen's eyes didn't dissipate for a long time. The power of the lone peak was truly beyond his expectations. His physical strength wasn't strong. Although his cultivation base had advanced to the Sky Saint realm, He could barely fight against a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert without the help of the 9-yang Dao sword. However, everything was different now that his physical body possessed the Lone Peak. Even if he didn't rely on the 9-yang Dao sword and the heaven-defying Saint Realm expert, he would still have the strength to fight against a half-immortal. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei chased me so miserably. Now that Lei Qingtian is dead, it's time to lure Jiang Zuomei out. If I want to kill her, I have to kill her thoroughly. A trace of killing intent flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. He quickly flew out of the 9 palaces, but he didn't immediately enter the fragment continent. This fragment continent was extremely large. Even in the Broken Skull Abyss, it was considered one of the largest. At least, Zhuowen had never seen a fragment continent that was larger than the one he was currently in. Moreover, there were countless restrictions of various sizes on this fragment continent. Zhuowen used the Devouring Curse restriction to unlock these restrictions one by one. However, he didn't destroy these restrictions. Instead, he used the Devouring Curse restriction to connect the unlocked restrictions one by one. Zhuowen stayed on this fragment continent for 2 months. During these 2 months, he had been searching for restrictions of various sizes. He found thousands of restrictions on this fragment continent. Of course, among so many restrictions, most of them were relatively weak or severely damaged. Restrictions that were relatively complete and powerful were extremely rare. When Zhuowen connected these thousands of restrictions using the Devouring Curse restriction, Zhuowen stopped at the center of the fragment continent. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. His face was slightly pale. Even with his strong willpower, Zhuowen almost couldn't withstand the constant deduction of so many restrictions using the Devouring Curse restriction for 2 months. However, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. He murmured in a low voice, "If these thousands of restrictions explode at the same time, the entire fragment continent might collapse. Even an earthly immortal would die under the explosion of so many restrictions." So that's the case. No wonder you've been constantly looking for restriction spells in this continent for the past 2 months. No matter how big or small the restriction spells are, they don't refuse. So this is your purpose. Blackie flew to Zhuowen's shoulder and revealed a look of understanding. With the connection of the Devouring Curse restriction, I only need a thought to completely detonate the entire fragment continent. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. Now, all we have to do is wait for Jiang Zuomei to walk right into the trap. Zhuowen parted his mouth into a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, his mental energy avatar separated from his actual body. Immediately, a vast and mighty aura surged out from the avatar's body. Moreover, this aura became increasingly intense and powerful, faintly causing the fragment continent to tremble. Whoosh! Suddenly, the mental energy doppelganger flew high into the sky. The space around it shattered, and a terrifying storm burst out from the cracks in the space. If an ordinary person saw this storm, their sea of consciousness would immediately boil and be injured. This storm was a mental energy storm. It was invisible and intangible, and it targeted the sea of consciousness. Of course, the mental energy storm generated by Zhuowen's advancement to the profound Saint Master realm would not only target the sea of consciousness, but also the physical body. For a moment, the momentum in the sky above the fragment continent was extremely vast. It was as if a violent tsunami was coming from the sea, and a monstrous disaster could occur at any time. Most of the fragments in the Shattered Nightmare Abyss were affected by this terrifying storm. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the fragment continent, Zhuowen was on a rather large rock fragment. A figure who was searching suddenly stopped. He turned around and stared at the vast spiritual storm with blazing eyes. Such a vast mental energy storm. I'm afraid that someone has advanced to the profound Saint Master realm in this shattered nightmare abyss. Other than me, there are only Lei Qingtian and Zhuowen. However, Lei Qingtian is not an arcana master, so the only one who could cause this mental energy storm is Zhuowen. This person was Jiang Zhuomei, who was still searching for Zhuowen. After losing contact with Lei Qingtian, he did not think that Lei Qingtian might have been killed by Zhuowen. Or rather, he did not think that Zhuowen could kill an earth immortal like Lei Qingtian. The shattered nightmare abyss was so vast that he thought that Lei Qingtian was planning to act alone and did not want to contact him. This kid is really careless. He actually dared to make a breakthrough here. It seems that the heavens want him dead. Jiang Zhuomei laughed out loud. Killing intent was revealed in his eyes. His feet stepped on the empty air and shot out like an arrow that had left a bow. He rushed towards the fragment continent that was formed by the mental energy storm. The moment Jiang Zhuomei shot out, a ghostly figure silently followed behind him. This person was wearing a ghost mask. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at Jiang Zhuomei's back. No one knew what he was thinking. What was even more surprising was that even with Jiang Zhuomei's earth immortal cultivation, he was unable to detect the person wearing the ghost mask. This person's concealment technique was really amazing. Whoosh! An endless mental energy storm raged in the void. Zhuowen's mental energy doppelganger raised his head and stared at the mental energy storm in the void. He was not afraid at all and immediately activated the 4-kill sacred sword array. At the same time, he used the enormous mental energy cultivated from the myriad evolution scripture to resist the mental energy storm in the void. Devouring curse seal, myriad curse seal. At the same time, Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand and repeatedly struck out in the void. Instantly, runes flew out with Zhuowen's mental energy as the medium. They transformed into tens of thousands of runes that looked extremely terrifying and powerful. These tens of thousands of runes were like a huge disk that flew above Zhuowen's head. Suddenly, the terrifying mental energy storm collapsed under the disk formed by tens of thousands of runes. Although the mental energy storm was getting more and more terrifying, the devouring curse seal that Zhuowen cultivated was a powerful ancient seal. In addition, Zhuowen's mental energy was already very powerful. Therefore, the mental energy storm could not do anything to Zhuowen. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air resounded outside the fragment continent. Moreover, the sound of something breaking through the air grew louder and louder, as if it was directly exploding in one's ears. The mental energy doppelganger narrowed his eyes and pointed at the void with his right hand. The disk formed by tens of thousands of runes suddenly tilted and landed on Zhuowen's left side like a huge shield. The mental energy storm against the disk turned into his means of attack and blasted towards the incoming sound of something breaking through the air. Humph! When Zhuowen finished doing this, a cold snort swept over from the front of the runes. Immediately after, a dark shadow clenched his right hand, and terrifying ice and fire energy condensed in his palm and turned into a spiral-shaped ball intertwined with ice blue and fire red. Immortal technique, ice-fire spiral. The ball in the dark shadow's right palm kept spinning and spinning faster and faster. Then, he pressed his right palm against the rune disk. Crackle! Suddenly, dense sounds like firecrackers resounded continuously, and then the rune disk, along with the mental energy storm, collapsed. The pupils of Zhuowen's mental energy doppelganger constricted, but he did not panic. He held the devouring curse seal in his right hand and retreated repeatedly. Chapter 16, 95. The collapse of the continent, the black figure was none other than Jiang Zuomei, who had just arrived at the fragment. After destroying the thousands of seals set up by the spiritual storm and the devouring curse with the immortal technique Ice-Fire Spiral, Jiang Zuomei's momentum didn't diminish at all. She arrived in front of the mind-power doppelganger in the blink of an eye and struck the doppelganger's chest with her right palm. The mind-power doppelganger couldn't dodge, but the first Yang Dao sword and the ninth Yang Dao sword appeared and blocked the doppelganger's path. Boom, boom, boom. The first Yang Dao sword and the ninth Yang Dao sword were part of an earthly immortal's sacred artifact, so they were extremely powerful and stopped the ice-fire spiral. Taking advantage of the moment when the ice and fire spiral stopped, the spiritual energy doppelganger quickly retreated like a shuttle and merged with the main body. Bang! Jiang Zuomei waved her right hand and separated the first Yang Dao sword and the ninth Yang Dao sword. They fell back to Zhuowen's side. You've successfully passed the heavenly tribulation of a profound Saint Master with my help. You're pretty smart, but you'll soon find out that your fate will be extremely miserable. Jiang Zuomei smiled coldly and stepped on the void with his right foot. Then, like Mount Tai, he plummeted down. The ice-fire spiral in his hand spun violently and released a terrifying aura. Solitary Peak. Zhuowen pointed with his right hand and took out 100 immortal crystals. He crushed them one by one and absorbed the immortal core power that burst out. He then used the Solitary Peak. An ancient and prideful aura came from the void behind Zhuowen. Shortly after, a 300-meter tall mountain appeared behind Zhuowen. It then rushed towards Jiang Zuomei to crush her. Jiang Zuomei narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhuowen's Solitary Peak in surprise. She could feel that the Solitary Peak was unusual due to Zhuowen's cultivation base. He couldn't unleash the full power of the Solitary Peak. However, the aura emitted by the Solitary Peak was far more powerful than an ordinary immortal technique. There was no doubt that Zhuowen's immortal technique was extraordinary. This kid is really full of treasures. If I kill him, I'm afraid there will be undeniable benefits for me. Jiang Zuomei's eyes were blazing. She didn't have the slightest intention of dodging the Lone Peak. She rushed forward while holding the ice-fire spiral in her right hand. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Zuomei furrowed her brows as she discovered that the Lone Peak did not immediately crumble. Instead, there were only a few cracks on it. However, the aura of aloofness that erupted from the Lone Peak became even more intense and powerful. Humph! Jiang Zuomei snorted coldly. The celestial core power in her body burst out and gathered on the ice and fire spiral in her palm. In an instant, the power of the ice and fire spiral rose to a terrifying level. Boom! Boom! Jiang! Jiang was Jiang Li's eyes. Jiang Studio, then the next Jiang was Jiang Studio of Jiang of Jiang Studio. Let's see what other tricks you can use. Jiang Zuomei grinned as she destroyed the Solitary Peak. She looked at Zhuowen as if he was an ant that she could kill with a wave of her hand. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm. He lifted his head and quietly stared at Jiang Zuomei, who had a sinister smile on her face. When Jiang Zuomei was only a few dozen meters away from Zhuowen, the corner of Zhuowen's mouth revealed a trace of mockery. Then he pointed his right hand again, and immortal crystals burst out from his spirit ring like stars in the sky. This time, Zhuowen took out so many immortal crystals that even Jiang Zuomei was shocked. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You took out 1,000 immortal crystals. How could you have so many immortal crystals?" Zhuowen ignored Jiang Zuomei's words. He pointed his right hand and the 1,000 immortal crystals shattered. Rich immortal core power gushed out like a river. Immortal art, solitary peak. Zhuowen's face turned red after absorbing the immortal core power of 1,000 immortal crystals with the devouring curse forbidden seal. With his current cultivation, it was a bit difficult for him to absorb so much immortal core power. However, he could still bear it with the devouring curse forbidden seal. Then, a huge amount of immortal core power poured out from his right hand as he performed the solitary peak again. At this moment, a lone peak appeared once again. This time, the lone peak that appeared was over 10,000 feet in size. It lay across the sky, and it looked majestic and magnificent. The ancient and proud aura that permeated the lone peak was like a violent gale and a tsunami that assaulted the face. Jiang Zhuomei's expression changed slightly. This solitary peak was much more powerful than the previous solitary peak. Even she felt a little dignified. After all, it was a crazy move to perform an immortal art at the cost of 1,000 immortal crystals. Although Jiang Zhuomei felt dignified, she wasn't afraid. She took a deep breath and gathered all the immortal core power in her body on the ice fire spiral. Then she pressed her palm down. Boom, 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 boom. As the two immortal arts collided, a series of muffled sounds echoed in the air. The power of the collision between the two immortal arts was really terrifying. However, the collision didn't last for long. Jiang Zhuomei roared angrily and finally shattered the 1,000 feet tall mountain. However, it was still a bit difficult for Jiang Zhuomei to shatter the 1,000 feet tall mountain. It wasn't as easy as it was before. The moment the solitary peak shattered, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. He kept retreating and instantly flew out of the fragment. Trying to escape? Let's see where you can escape to this time. Jiang Zhuomei's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She continued to chase after Zhuowen like a madman. Unfortunately, Zhuowen didn't give her any chance. He formed a seal with both of his hands and instantly triggered countless restrictions on the fragment. Countless invisible ripples appeared on the surface of the fragment at the same time. These invisible ripples were like tough ropes that wrapped around Jiang Zhuomei. Feeling the surrounding ripples, Jiang Zhuomei's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. An extremely ominous sense of crisis arose in his mind. Following that, a gust of cold air rushed from the soles of his feet to his Tianling acupoint. Oh no! Jiang Zhuomei raised his head and saw the cold smile on Zhuowen's face. Jiang Zhuomei knew this was bad. He took a step forward and planned to teleport away from the fragment. Unfortunately, the invisible ripples emitted by the countless restrictions had the effect of restricting the air. Jiang Zhuomei's teleportation was in vain. Patriarch Jiang, you can go and see Lei Qingtian in peace. Jiang Zhuomei still hadn't recovered from the shock, but Zhuowen's words made him tremble all over. Lei Qingtian is dead. He died in your hands. How could you kill Lei Qingtian? Jiang Zhuomei didn't think too much about it when he suddenly lost contact with Lei Qingtian. However, Zhuowen's words made him tremble, and he couldn't help but growl. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He didn't want to waste any more time with Jiang Zhuomei. Instead, he formed a seal with his right hand, and the fuse that the devouring curse restriction left on the fragment was ignited. In an instant, the entire fragment was filled with a heavenly force. Then, thousands of restrictions on the fragment began to explode at the same time. With so many restrictions of different sizes exploding, the power that was produced was extremely terrifying. The fragment began to collapse, and the surrounding space collapsed, revealing a dark and deep black hole. Countless destructive winds swept out from the black hole as if they could destroy everything in the world. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei had already flashed to the edge of the fragment. Unfortunately, the fragment had begun to collapse. An unbearably strong suction force was acting on Jiang Zuomei. Jiang Zuomei's face was filled with fear. The suction force was so strong that it made him feel as if he was facing the supreme heavenly force. He hadn't experienced such a feeling for thousands of years. No, Jiang Zuomei roared. His voice was like thunder that resounded in the void. Then he was completely sucked in by the suction force. The fragment completely collapsed and began to explode. Boom, boom, boom. The collapse of the entire fragment produced an unimaginable amount of power. Even an earthly immortal like Jiang Zuomei was in danger of dying. Zhuowen silently looked at the collapsing fragment. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He didn't have any pity for Jiang Zuomei. For him, Jiang Zuomei was simply reaping what he had sown. The collapse of the fragment continued for a full 4 hours before it gradually regained its calm. At this moment, the huge fragment no longer existed. Only countless floating fragments were left. Invisible ripples were like terrifying airwaves that constantly surged in the surroundings. Zhuowen summoned the first Yang Dao sword and the 9th Yang Dao sword. At the same time, 3,000 underworld water droplets were tightly attached to Zhuowen's body. Then, Zhuowen cautiously looked at the collapsed fragment. Although the explosion of the fragment had completely subsided, the powerful aftershocks still made Zhuowen's blood boil. If it wasn't for the first Yang Dao sword, the 9th Yang Dao sword, and the underworld water droplets protecting him, Zhuowen would have been seriously injured as soon as he entered. The moment Zhuowen stepped into this place, he noticed that at the center of the countless fragments, there was an oval-shaped egg that alternated between ice blue and fiery red. However, the egg was severely damaged. There were cracks in many places. There were even a few large holes that revealed Jiang Zuomei's figure inside. Crack, crack, crack. When Zhuowen's eyes fell on the egg, it immediately cracked. Jiang Zuomei, who was inside, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow, and his eyes were extremely dim. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei's clothes were ragged. The left side of his body was badly mutilated, revealing his white bones. He fell from the egg to the ground and kept spitting out blood. The death intent in his eyes was extremely strong. Zhuowen slowly walked to Jiang Zuomei's side. He could feel that Jiang Zuomei's aura was extremely weak, and her eyes were filled with a strong will to die.